ask. All right, good morning, everyone. Mr. Armeo.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Mr. Chairman, would you administer the oath to the witness, please? Mr. Hamber, would you stand?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Will you please be seated? Mr. Armeo.
Mr. Hamber, before we begin, I would caution you to bring the microphone a bit closer to your mouth so that we can all hear you.
The other one.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Kevin Hambury.
Mr. Hambury, were you once a police officer of the New York City Police Department?
Yes, I was.
Are you here to testify about your experiences in corruption while you were a New York City police officer?
Yes, I am.
Are you represented by counsel today?
Yes, I am.
Mr. Boyle, would you please identify yourself?
Yes, Thomas Boyle.
Mr. Hambury, have you had a full and fair opportunity to discuss with Mr. Boyle issues relating to your testimony today?
Yes, I have.
How long were you a police officer, Mr. Hambury?
Approximately 6 years.
During what period of time?
Be from July 15th, 1986 to June of 92.
Where were you assigned for the majority of your career?
I was assigned to the 73rd Precinct in the Brownsville section of Brooklyn.
During your career as a police officer in the 73rd Precinct, did you commit crimes?
Yes, I did.
Did you commit acts of corruption in violation of your sworn duty as a police officer to enforce the law?
Yes, I did.
Did you commit these crimes while you were on duty and in uniform?
That's correct.
Mr. Hambury, how many acts of corruption did you engage in as a New York City police officer?
Over 100.
When did your career come to an end, sir?
May 6, 1992, I was arrested by Suffolk County.
Were you arrested by Suffolk County police authorities?
That's correct.
Were you arrested, Mr. Hambury, as a result of the same investigation that led to the arrest of Michael Dowd and 4 other New York City police officers?
Yes, I was.
Before your arrest, had you ever met Michael Dowd?
No, I didn't know Michael Dowd.
Were you subsequently prosecuted in Suffolk County on drug charges?
Yes, I was.
Was that on a charge that you and others were involved in a conspiracy to distribute cocaine in Suffolk County?
Yes, sir.
Were you convicted of that crime?
Yes, I was.
Where were you convicted?
I was convicted in Suffolk County.
You were convicted on your own plea of guilty?
That's correct.
You acknowledge your crime before the court?
Yes, I do.
Were you sentenced?
Yes, I was.
What sentence did you receive?
I received a term with from 2 to 6 years for the state.
In state prison?
That's correct.
You're currently an inmate of the New York State Correctional System?
That's correct.
Are you on work release right now?
Yes, I am.
Mr. Hambury, do you understand that you're here today to testify truthfully and completely about your corrupt activities as a New York City cop?
Yes, I am.
Have you ever before revealed this information to the public?
No, I have not.
Do you further understand, Mr. Hambury, that the Commission is taking your testimony here under oath?
Yes, I do.
And that should you knowingly lie about any material fact, you could subject yourself to charges of perjury. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, I am.
Before we begin, Mr. Hambury, I need to caution you about 2 things. First, do not speculate. Just tell the Commission what you know from your own first-hand experiences. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Secondly, with regard to your description of corrupt activities, I I'm advising you, for the sake of protecting the confidentiality of ongoing law enforcement investigations, you are not to name the names of any other police officers whom you observed committing corrupt acts or with whom you were involved in committing corrupt acts. Do you understand that, sir?
I'm fully aware of that, yes, sir.
How old are you, Mr. Hembury?
29.
Are you married?
No, sir.
Where are you from originally?
Born in the Bronx, raised in Smithtown, Long Island.
Do you still have family in the New York City area?
Yes, I do.
Why did you become a police officer?
I became a police officer because I felt that I was a people person. I could help the community. It was a good job, respectable.
When you applied to become a New York City police officer, did you have expectations at that time that you could use your authority for your own personal gain?
No, I did not.
When did you enter the police academy, sir? What year?
In 1986.
When you were at the academy, did you receive integrity training?
Very minimal integrity training, sir.
What do you mean by minimal integrity training?
That so minimal that I don't recall any. I believe that there was part of the curriculum that IAD came in and spoke to us. Maybe it was one time.
Mr. Hembury, you are now 29 years old?
That's correct.
That would make you about 9 or 10 years old at the time of the Knapp Commission, is that right?
That's correct.
I'm interested in the training. When you say one time, is it your view that that was like one morning session or an hour? Do you have any recollection of how much of that sort of training you received at the academy?
Primarily, sir, I believe IAD came to the police academy and told the recruits of their function in the police department.
And that was it?
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Hembury, while you were at the academy, did you personally take the integrity training seriously?
No, I did not.
What about your experiences with the other recruits at the academy at that time? Based on your conversations with them, did they take it seriously?
No, sir.
In fact, with regard to the Internal Affairs Division instructors, how were they perceived by you and your fellow recruits?
They were perceived as being part of the job, not as a threatening or discouraging detail.
Were they perceived as being real cops, so to speak?
In that respect, no, sir. They were considered rats. It was and still is to this day, a detail in the police department that is not looked up upon. It's a detail that... Yes, sir. It's a detail that is pretty much what you'd be doing for the rest of your career. It's a detail where you would go and then stay there. You'd be labeled as a rat.
Sort of a dead-end job?
Absolutely.
How did you acquire this message about IAD when they came into the academy? Was that just a general attitude, a general perception? Did you receive it from the other instructors?
I believe it was just a general perception of IAD.
Besides the academic training that you were provided at the academy, did you come to learn something about the mentality or the attitude that goes with being a New York City cop?
Yes, I did.
Could you describe that for the commission, please?
Yes, sir. The police academy training stressed the point of CYA, which is an acronym for Cover Your Ass. It basically was stressed to the recruits that you should have an answer for any questions that may come your way, what you're doing there at a certain location, or whatever situation you may find yourself in, have an answer.
Now, when you say have an answer, does that also apply to misconduct or wrongdoing that you might be accused of by the department?
Yes, sir, it does.
From whom did you receive this message?
This was an aspect of the police academy that was taught by most all instructors.
Instructors that you at the time looked up to as seasoned veterans of the police department?
That's correct.
Mr. Hembury, before coming here today, did you happen to see the testimony of Michael Dowd?
Yes, I did.
Is your answer any way influenced by the answer that he gave to the same question that I put to him?
No, sir.
This was totally independently your experience.
That's correct. In fact, the testimony that I seen of Michael Dowd's, I didn't see that question asked.
Thank you. Mr. Hembury, after the academy, where were you assigned?
I was assigned to NSU 13, which was a 6-month training exercise, primarily in the street, and that would be at the 113 precinct in Queens.
Once again, Mr. Hembury, I know you have a rather soft voice, but if you could try to speak into the microphone. Mr. Hembury, I'd just like to correct something from the records, for the record. Department record shows that you were assigned to NSU 18. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. That's NSU 18.
With regard to your experiences in an NSU, as we have heard, that is a 6-month sort of rookie training ground. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And are you assigned to learn the job with other seasoned veterans of the police department?
Yes, you are. At the time I was in NSU, we were trained by detectives.
And are they known as field training officers?
That's correct.
With regard to the testimony you just gave about the mentality that you acquired in the police department, was that any way reinforced during your NSU experience?
Yes, it was.
In what way?
It was part of the practical training by the detectives and even the senior, more experienced police officers that we associated with.
Would they tell you, hey kid, make sure you cover your ass on this job?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hembury, have you ever heard the expression being a quote-unquote good cop?
Yes, I have.
What exactly does that mean to you?
That exactly means someone you can trust, someone who would not rat.
Another cop who won't complain about the wrongdoing of his colleagues.
Correct.
Was that an important thing to be known as a good cop in your experience?
Yes, it was. To be known as a good cop was definitely part of being accepted by fellow officers in my command.
And my more specific question is, did you learn the value or the need to be a good cop right from the get-go, right from your experience in the NSU?
Yes, sir, you did.
Tell us how you learned that.
Talk in the precinct. That, I think, sir, if you look at the opposite side of that, would be more effective to describe. If you weren't a good cop, you were a rat, or you were not liked, you would have a hard time with your career in the police department, both advancing and associating with other police officers.
We will develop this theme a bit later in your testimony. Again, I'll just ask you my specific question. Did you learn this within the first months of being a New York City police officer?
Yes, sir, I did.
Was there pressure on you during those 6 months to become known as a good cop?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, there was.
When you were a rookie police officer, did you ever observe any act of misconduct?
Yes, I did.
An act of misconduct which you did not complain about to the Internal Affairs Division or to your superiors?
That's correct.
Could you describe for the commissioners what you witnessed?
Yes, sir. One day, while I was home, I observed a male black on television boasting about being a participant in a bias beating in Queens. This was in retaliation to, is that Yusuf Hawkins?
Yeah, I think it was.
I'm not sure what exact case it was, but it was in regards to the Howard Beach incident. And my next day when I came into work, I observed this male black being pushed down the stairs by some detectives handcuffed.
So he was already in custody?
That's correct.
And in your judgment and based on your observations, was he thrown down the flight of stairs in retaliation for the crime for which he was charged?
Yes, sir.
After your NSU assignment, Mr. Hembury, where were you assigned?
I was permanently assigned to the 73rd Precinct in Brooklyn.
When you received that assignment, what was your personal reaction to being assigned there?
I wasn't happy about it. I knew it was Brooklyn North. It was a busy place. It had a reputation for being that.
Now, we've heard this from other witnesses, Mr. Hembury. What is it about the Brooklyn North precincts that is undesirable for police officers? Is it the volume of crime that these precincts have to handle?
Yes, sir, it is. It's that and a lot of things make it undesirable, sir.
Is it a hard job to do, basically because you'll be very, very busy every day on the radio?
That's correct.
Before you were assigned there,
May I ask this, was the racial factor one of the reasons that was deemed to be an unpopular assignment?
No, Judge, not my personal feeling, no. And I don't think of the vast majority of police officers, no, it's not an issue.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if you could just bring the microphone a bit closer, please. What particular reputation did the 73rd Precinct have among police officers, to your knowledge?
It had a reputation for being one of the busiest precincts in the city.
Did it have a reputation based on the personnel that was assigned there?
Yes, it did. It had two aspects, Mr. Armeo. One was that rules were not strictly adhered to. This was a common knowledge in Brooklyn North precincts.
In other words, it wasn't a patrol guard precinct, so to speak.
That's correct. Things weren't done by the book. Different precincts had different styles, different ways, different rules.
What about disciplinary problems? We've heard the term dumping ground during the course of the Commission's inquiries. Did the 73rd Precinct have such a reputation?
Yes, it did, sir.
What is a dumping ground, Mr. Hembury?
A dumping ground is a place that police officers that got jammed up in the job, found some type of trouble, would be exiled, if you will, to the 73rd Precinct, to the 75 Precinct, as a form of punishment for their actions.
For misconduct or corruption?
Yes.
Just want to jump ahead for 1 minute. In the years that you were assigned to the 73rd Precinct, based on your conversations with other police officers who were assigned there, Did you notice a high proportion of police officers who were there that had checkered pasts or were known as discipline problems?
Yes, sir, there were quite a few.
Yet you were a rookie, correct? Without really any experience as a cop except for your NSU assignment. And you were assigned there as well.
That's correct.
How old were you, Mr. Hembury, when you were assigned to the 73rd Precinct?
Approximately 22, sir.
And you were from Smithtown, Long Island?
That's correct.
Had you ever even been in the Brownfield section of Brooklyn before in your life?
No, I have not.
When you arrived at the 73rd Precinct, were there other police officers there whom you already knew from your academy days?
Yes, there were.
How many?
3 or 4.
How many people are in the precinct? How many officers?
So the 73rd Precinct has a total of around 250 police officers.
Just to follow up on Judge Baer's question, is it a very large precinct?
In terms of geographically?
Yes, sir.
No, in fact, it is probably the smallest precinct in the city.
When you were assigned to the 73rd Precinct, were you assigned to a particular squad?
Yes, I was. I was assigned to the 4th Squad.
What about these friends of yours? Were they also, these fellow police officers, were they also assigned to the 4th Squad?
One was, sir.
Could you describe for the commissioners in your first year in the 73rd Precinct, what was the volume of crime there? The number of radio runs that you would respond to in a typical day?
The volume of crimes in the 73rd Precinct were ranking with the 75 Precinct, which is a very large precinct compared to the 73rd. 73rd Precinct is a very small precinct, yet it had such a high rate of crime that it would rank 2 and 3 in the city. Each year we would hit about 100 homicides. Being 1 square mile was a lot of homicides, as opposed to the 7.5 or the 3.4, which were 5 times that large, having 110 homicides for the year.
I'd like you to describe for a moment now the drug trade. Was there a visible, on-the-street drug trade going on in your years there?
Absolutely, yes.
And at this time, in the mid-1980s, was crack cocaine a major commodity of drug traffickers in this section of Brooklyn?
Yes, it was.
In that environment, Mr. Hembury, what sort of relationship did you develop with the other police officers assigned to the 4th Squad?
You learned very quickly in the 73rd Precinct how to behave and what was expected of you. You became pretty tight with the members in your squad. You depended on them.
When you say you became pretty tight and you depended on them, what ways did you depend upon them?
These were officers that were coming to your aid in need of assistance. Officers that would ask you if you needed help.
Essentially, who would back you up if you were in trouble on the street, correct?
That's correct.
Did you socialize together?
Yes, we did.
Did you carpool together?
Yes, we did.
And were these all the ingredients of the process of becoming known as good cops?
Yes, sir. In retrospect, it is.
Mr. Hembury, during the first year that you were assigned to the 73rd Precinct, did you engage in any acts of corruption?
Yes, I did.
Now, once again, before you begin your testimony in this area, I just want to remind you of the caution I gave you earlier. No names.
May I ask one question, Mr. Hembury, before we get into that? As I understand your testimony thus far, you indicate that this dumping ground of the 73rd Precinct essentially has within it many police officers with checkered pasts, complaints of corruption or other kinds of complaints, including, I assume, civilian complaints, who are put in that precinct. Is that right?
That's correct, Commissioner.
And as I understand it, you have also told us that it is one of the highest, or has one of the highest crime rates in the city of New York. Is that also your testimony?
Yes, it is.
Do you have any understanding of why that kind of police officer would be put into that most sensitive type of precinct?
It's a punishment, sir. The other aspects of being a police officer could wind you up in Queens or in Manhattan, someplace that is cushy, and to lose that and be sent to an A house, which the 73rd precinct is a punishment. And whether or not it makes sense to send someone with a checkered past to the 73rd precinct, not everybody that was dumped in the 73rd precinct had complaints of corruption. They had administrative problems with maybe some of the bosses. Most of the times they were recipients of charges and specifications by the department for an administrative problem.
But wouldn't it be your thought that excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I just want to be sure I understand, wouldn't it be fair to say that that precinct deserved the most exemplary type of police officer that could be found?
You would think so, Commissioner.
Well, Mr. Hamburg, you're not suggesting that all of the 250 police officers who were assigned to the 7-3 precinct were all problem officers?
No, sir, not at all. I myself was sent there with no disciplinary action taken against me.
You were pretty much fresh out of the academy at that point, and you had your 6-month street training program, and then you were sent into it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Was there any reason why you would have been sent there as a punishment factor?
In regards to myself?
When you were first assigned there?
No, sir, it was just I got lucky.
That's one way to look at it, yes.
You were also one of the good ones.
At that point, when I was sent to the 73rd precinct, yes.
Mr. Hanbury, you testified that one of the things you learned early on when you were assigned to the 73rd was how to behave. And I would be interested in knowing if the manner in which you were taught to behave deviated from normal police procedure.
Sir, the police department has a lot of peer pressure, has a lot of rumors. You deviated from the guidelines or the mannerism in which the department wanted you to, yes. You were there and you conformed with the other officers, even if it meant opposing guidelines set by the department.
Mr. Hembury, let's take you back to your first year in the 73rd precinct. And I asked you this question. Did you engage in any acts of corruption during that first year?
Yes, I did.
Could you please describe what's the first incident you remember?
Myself and my partner were eventually assigned to Radio Motor Patrol, which is a sector car. We were not invited, but just happened to be tagging along for a drug raid.
Let me stop you there now, Mr. Hembury. And I'd like to focus on the word invited. What do you mean by that? To be invited to come along on a drug raid, and then we'll get to the question of what a drug raid is.
Hindsight is 20/20, sir, and to look back on it now, I would tell you that after a period of being observed by other officers, that I was able to be trusted. You became part of a tight-knit group. You were not brought in and invited specifically to do these acts, but more of you were part of the guys, part of the team.
They could trust you not to be a rat.
That's correct.
Mr. Henbury, just for general purposes, can you generally describe what you mean by a drug raid? And why is it corrupt?
A drug raid, sir, would be going to a drug-prone location, entering it, removing drugs and money for your own personal gains.
Go to locations, break down doors without a warrant. The purpose is to go in and steal.
That's correct.
Mr. Henbury, during the course of your career, how many of these drug raids did you participate in?
At least 100, sir.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about how these drug raids evolved in your experience. How would they develop? How would they be executed? Just in general terms.
Later on, after a year or so in the 73rd Precinct?
Yeah, after you became very familiar with the process.
At that time, we would use the police radio to rendezvous at certain locations in the command of the 73rd Precinct that was generally out of the public eye, that was someplace we could congregate without being interrupted.
Did you have names for these clandestine locations?
Yes, we did, sir. We had names for these locations.
Names that were meant to conceal the whereabouts of the location?
That's correct. We would use terms like go to temporary headquarters, which was just a location on a street, but hearing it on the radio would sound like police jargon, so maybe it wouldn't raise too much suspicion.
Did you also have other names for these locations?
Yes, we did. There was the Hill, the Morgue, temporary headquarters.
Let's take them one by one. What was the Hill?
The Hill was a location in a deserted section of the precinct that was infrequented by supervisors, by the police in general, anybody. It was just an abandoned street that was up on a hill.
And that was a location that was selected by you and your colleagues precisely because it was a concealed location.
That's correct.
What was the morgue?
The morgue was an area located in the southern part of our precinct, that was an industrial block. One of the industries on the block was an industry that made refrigerators for the morgue, for large meat freezers. Therefore, it took the name the morgue. It also sounded professional on the radio to say, meet you at the morgue. It was something that was common in the 73rd Precinct. Such a high rate of homicides, a lot of people were going to the morgue.
So you were using code names in order to conceal your rendezvous from detection by whoever might be listening on the radio?
That's correct.
Did you use the ordinary police frequency for the 7-3 precinct to communicate these messages?
Yes, we did use the ordinary frequency for our area. That doesn't mean that we didn't move up a couple of frequencies or down a couple. We used other frequencies.
Well, let me ask you this. You're saying that on occasion your coded messages would be used on the ordinary frequency. So if IAD or FIU cared to listen in, they might hear some strange language going on in the 7-3 for 2 years. Is that right?
Absolutely.
You also said that you used other frequencies. How are you able to do that on a department radio? And how does the colleague receiving the message understand that he should go to a different frequency?
A couple of different ways, Mr. Armeo. Sometimes it's something that you discussed prior, that if I was on the radio and I said, Mr. Armeo, go up, you would know to go to channel whatever. Some channels were point-to-point that weren't monitored by Central, who's a dispatcher for the police department. Everything is communicated through a central dispatcher. This point-to-point was a frequency that didn't reach the city. It wasn't sent to the city. This was something that went from point A to point B.
Now, if you wanted to get my attention on the radio during the time that you and others were conducting these raids, you wouldn't have called me by my name, would you?
No, sir, I would not have.
You would have used a nickname, right?
That's correct.
Did you and the other officers have nicknames in order to conceal your identities with regard to the messages that you were sending to each other?
Yes, we did. It's common that majority of police officers have nicknames.
These nicknames, Mr. Hembury, were developed in order to further your and your colleagues' corrupt ends, isn't that right?
Yes, at some point. They were also used to communicate without letting anybody that might be listening know exactly who we were talking to.
What was your nickname?
My nickname was Klondike.
What about some of the other nicknames that were used without mentioning the names of the police officers to whom they were attached?
We had nicknames like Pasquale, Danny Boy.
That sort of thing?
That's correct.
Now, would you and the other members of your squad, who were the good cops, all know who these nicknames referred to?
Yes, sir.
When you and other members of the 73rd Precinct converged at a rendezvous location, such as the morgue or the Hill, on average, how many radio motor patrol cars would come to the rendezvous location?
Sometimes, sir, all of them.
Let me get this straight. How many sectors are there in the 73rd Precinct?
I'm not sure exactly how many sectors, sir. I've forgotten. But on an average, we put out somewhere between 8 to 10 sector cars a day.
And has it been your experience that 8 to 10 sector cars would sometimes converge at the morgue or the Hill in order to participate in a raid?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, you said that the 73rd Precinct was a very small precinct. Did any supervisor, any lieutenant, any integrity control officer, any patrol sergeant wonder where the heck all his patrol cars were?
I can only assume that, yes, at some point or another, while they were either driving around in the command, was wondering where all the police cars were. Absolutely.
Because they weren't patrolling the streets, keeping the peace for the people in Brownsville, were they?
No, sir.
Mr. Hembury, when you first engaged in these raids, did you have a preliminary understanding about what their purpose was?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the commission what your understanding was about the goals or the ends of conducting these raids?
In the beginning, when I was first assigned to the 73rd Precinct, raids were conducted for a number of reasons. They were conducted for to confirm that this was a drug-prone location. They were conducted for giving the police officers a layout of what type of situation or how the building was laid out, if it was a building. We went and we did these raids to set up collars sometime later on, if not the next hour, maybe the next day. If we came back to this location that we had kicked in the door, we knew what the layout was. If there was an escape route, stuff like that type of nature.
Mr. Henbury, let me stop you there. What you're saying is when you first participated in these raids, it was your understanding that what was going on was police officers were sort of bending the rules to get information about drug locations.
That's correct, Mr. Armeo. At that time, we were there to stick our noses in, find out what was going on. At that time of my career, I wasn't observing corruption.
So this would be about the first 12 months or so that you were assigned to the 73rd, is that right?
That's correct. Those raids were conducted by older, more experienced officers, and at that time I seen no acts of corruption.
So in other words, what you're saying, Mr. Henbury, is that based upon your experiences, these raids were going on by more seasoned officers, even before you were assigned to the 7-3.
That's correct, sir.
It's not something that you and your 4th Squad colleagues invented.
No, sir. And probably the more seasoned officers that showed me were shown by more seasoned officers when they came to the 73rd Precinct.
In the first year or so, was one of the purposes, by the way, you mentioned the word collars before. What do you mean by that?
Excuse me, collars?
Collars. What are collars for those of us who don't know police jargon?
Collars are arrests.
Was there any purpose to make collars involved with these raids in your first year there?
Yes, sir. Which goes back to your previous question, why were these raids executed? I believe that they were executed for arrests late in the tour. Collars for dollars is the term. I'm sure everyone's heard about it.
Let's explore this collars for dollars. First of all, when these raids resulted in arrests, in your experience, when would the raids occur with regard to the scope of your tour of duty?
Well, if you were out to make an arrest that day and you went 3/4 of your tour without making an arrest, well, then maybe it was time to go do a raid, make an arrest, a late tour arrest to maximize your overtime.
So in other words, these arrests were done deliberately near the end of the tour so that the police officer could maximize the overtime pay he would receive for processing the arrest once his tour had ended.
That's correct.
Was this a common practice in your experience?
Yes, sir.
Is this...
Average amount of overtime that the collar would bring with it?
The system has changed, Commissioner, but in the early part of my career as a police officer, some collars would take 24 hours worth of overtime.
And
to,
what?
you know,
Go ahead.
A day or two worth of overtime. If you made it on your last tour, which would be your 5th tour, you could get 40 hours of overtime on one arrest.
And is that time and a half, or how is it calculated?
Yes, sir, that's time and a half. Take it either cash or time.
Mr. Henbury, after your first year in the 73rd Precinct, did your understanding or the purpose of these raids change?
Yes, sir, they did.
Did you and fellow officers during these raids begin to steal money?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you and fellow officers begin to steal drugs?
Yes, sir.
Did you and fellow officers begin to steal guns?
Yes.
What is the first raid that you remember you participated in where you stole money or drugs or guns?
This was a drug raid that happened in the southern part of our precinct on Lot Avenue, where at some point, I decided to make these raids profitable and not to voucher the money. I didn't deal drugs. I wasn't a drug dealer. But at some point, we were taking them from the drug dealers, yes.
With regard to this raid on Lot Avenue, could you give the commissioners a description of what happened and what you did?
Yes, sir. We came to this location. It was an active drug-prone location that we decided to go to. This was an abandoned building. It was fortified by the drug dealers. Fortified, I mean they would brick or cement up the windows. This particular location, the drug dealer that was inside, was placed inside and then locked in. There was a large steel door, chains, locks. This dealer was there to probably sell all of his product until someone came and let him out. This particular raid took some time to get into, but there was no rush because the drug dealer wasn't going anywhere. It was a fortified place that he couldn't get out of. After entering this abandoned building, a search began. Myself and I would approximate around 6 other officers for the individual, at which time I found the individual in the basement. There was no stairs going to the basement, and the individual was attempting to hide himself under some debris. Shortly thereafter, I jumped down into the basement, grabbed the perpetrator, and at that time I found some drugs and some money. I stuck them in my shirt or in my jacket. No one else had seen it, and I removed them from the location.
How many sector cars were involved in converging on this particular drug location?
That was at least 3, sir.
And they're all parked outside this abandoned building?
That's correct.
Plain as daylight to see, correct?
Correct.
Now, you said the door was fortified. How do you and your colleagues get into such a location?
Sledgehammers, crowbars, utensils that were commonly kept in the trunks of police cars.
So you're using police department equipment to assist you in doing these raids?
That's correct.
When you put the drugs and the money in your shirt, what did you do after that? Was the man arrested?
No, sir, he was not.
In fact, there was probably no intention to arrest anyone on that raid, was there?
Not by me, sir.
What'd you do with the drugs and the money?
Sometime thereafter, while we left this location, I pulled out what I had and showed my partner for the day. I split the money with them, and I tossed the drugs.
When you say you tossed the drugs, you mean you threw the drugs away?
That's correct, sir. I threw them in a sewer.
You didn't voucher them as found property or anything like that?
No, sir, I didn't.
Now, when you split the money with your partner, where did you do that?
That was in the radio car, in the police car.
Do you recall how much money you took off the drug dealer that day?
Not specifically, a couple of $100.
How did you know at that point that your partner would be, since it's the first incident that you took money, how did you know what your partner's reaction would be?
I wasn't sure of my partner's reaction, but we had a very tight bond. We knew we could trust each other.
Why didn't you keep the drugs at that point?
As I stated before, sir, drugs were a dirty part of of that aspect. I guess that, I did this solely for greed. I could say that the drugs weren't part of what I wanted to do. I was there, I took some money, and I wasn't into selling the drugs, using them for profit. It just wasn't my style.
In fact, Mr. Hembury, when you were convicted in Suffolk County on drug conspiracy charges, that was not actually for the physical distribution of drugs, was it?
That's correct, sir. I was not involved with distributing drugs on Long Island. That's a misconception by the press.
Is there some reason why, even though you took the money, you didn't arrest the drug dealer?
Yes, sir. There are a couple of reasons why drug dealer wasn't arrested. For one, there would be no record of official record or any type of paperwork on what had happened. Two, I didn't particularly. It was a bad collar, sir. At that point, once we removed the money and the drugs, even if there was $1 missing in my book, it was a bad collar. I wouldn't want it.
Mr. Hembury, in the course of your experience conducting these raids, is there another reason why putative defendants are not arrested? Let me just put it to you this way. Are you afraid of their complaints?
Yes, sir. A complaint from this type of an action was something I tried to avoid at all costs.
Mr. Hembury, as time went on during your experience in the 73rd Precinct, did you and your fellow officers come to know these drug locations rather well?
Yes, sir, we did.
My question is, when these raids were conducted, were they always the same locations, sort of on a rotating basis?
Yes, sometimes the same drug-prone location was hit, yes.
What about the drug dealers involved? Was it always the same drug dealers inhabiting these drug spots?
Sometimes, yes, you came to a location, it was the same drug dealer you seen there the night before, the week before that.
Did they come to know you and your colleagues?
I can only assume that they did, yes.
Mr. Hembury, just for the purposes of our own edification, I'd like to ask you about one or two examples of the 100 or so raids you testify you participated in, because I believe they illustrate different aspects of the activity that you and your colleagues were engaged in at that time. Do you recall conducting a raid with other police officers at a location on Hopkinson and Riverdale?
Yes, sir, I do.
Could you describe for the commissioners, again without using names, how that raid was planned and how it was executed?
Yes, sir, I can. This raid was planned at the morgue. We had congregated at the morgue, discussed where we wanted to go, and then proceeded as quietly as possible over to this location.
Now, Mr. Hembury, let me just ask you about that. When you say you proceeded as quietly as possible, was there a method by which you and the other sector cars or police cars would approach a particular drug location?
Yes, sir. My personal experience was to go as quietly, no lights or sirens, maybe take the long way to a location to make sure that we weren't being followed.
No lights or sirens, you mean your headlights off as well?
Sometimes, yes.
would you proceed in a row?
As in a caravan, yes, we would.
Is that in fact the term you used and others used to describe the method of approach a caravan?
Yes, it is.
In your estimation, is it a rather unusual thing to see 2, 3, 4 police cars all in a row with no lights or sirens on, going down the streets of the city?
Sometimes, sir, it was tactically correct to proceed to a job that may require a couple of units backup. But for anybody watching, there would be no reason for a group of vehicles to caravan to a location without a job being assigned, especially a job that would be a heavy job.
And the sergeants and the other supervisors would know if Sector Ida or Sector Henry or Sector Adam was handling a job, right?
That's correct. If there was a heavy job, shots fired, something of that nature, there would be a radio call for it. There would be a couple of units on the air that's saying that they were backing the unit that was handling this job. For all that to be eliminated, to see a group of police cars traveling down the road, not going to job, yes, sir, is very unusual.
Mr. Hembury, would you also keep radio silence while you were doing this caravanning to a drug location?
Yes, sir, we would.
What would you do about the jobs coming over the air?
If we were assigned a job while we were doing this type of activity, depending on the nature of the job, if it was not a high priority job, noise complaints, something of that nature, we would sit and hold the job for a couple of minutes till we were done doing what we were doing. If it was one of a high priority nature, then that unit would usually just take off and go to their job.
Now, this raid we were speaking about on Hopkinson and Riverdale, when you went on these raids, one of the things I want to ask you about this, were there rookie police officers involved in this raid?
Yes, sir, there was.
So they learned fast in the 7-3.
Yes, sir.
When you went into the location, let me withdraw that for a moment. Was this a known crack spot?
This was a video store that had that sold candies, that allegedly sold candies and stuff to that nature.
But you knew it to be a crack cocaine spot.
That's correct.
How did you manage to enter this video game room, or video store as you put it?
This video game room is set up on a sidewalk storefront. You entered through the front door and you were in a 10 by 10 foyer that had some video games up in the foyer. Then there was a plexiglass partition between from the plexiglass partition to the back of the store where there were some product, so there was product there.
And by product, you mean drugs, right? Narcotics?
Yes, both. There was the stuff that they had in the windows, which could have been potato chips, and also the product that they were selling there.
So when you got into this video game room, how many cops were with you?
At this time, there was three other police officers. Myself made 4.
And one of them was a rookie.
That's correct.
Did he understand what was going on at this point?
I'm sure that he knew that our entry into this establishment was not proper, but then again, CYA.
Not legal, in fact. You had no warrant to go into this place, did you?
No, sir, but no, sir, we did. Then there was a plexiglass partition between from the plexiglass partition to the back of the store where there were some product, so there was product there
And by product, you mean drugs, right? Narcotics?
Yes, both. There was the stuff that they had in the windows, which could have been potato chips, and also the product that they were selling there.
So when you got into this video game room, how many cops were with you?
At this time, there was three other police officers. Myself made 4.
And one of them was a rookie.
That's correct.
Did he understand what was going on at this point?
I'm sure that he knew that our entry into this establishment was not proper, but then again, CYA.
Not legal, in fact. You had no warrant to go into this place, did you?
No, sir, but no, sir, we did. Then there was a plexiglass. That's correct. The rookie officer that I was with that day intended on making a legitimate arrest. He didn't know myself and the 2 other officers' true intents.
So when you found the drugs and the money in the hole in the floor, what did you do?
At that point, I realized that the drugs and the money were in a crawl space underneath this video store. I exited the building and I entered through a cellar entrance from the street. I proceeded to the back of the building in this crawl space. I recovered the cash and the drugs.
And what did you do with the cash and the drugs?
At that time, I took the majority of the money, stuffed it in my pocket, and I brought the remaining bit of money and the drugs up to the rookie police officer, and I told him, "Here's your collar."
And did he effect the arrest of these 3 individuals?
Yes, he did, sir. He thought that this was a legitimate collar, that there wasn't a problem with it.
Well, that's based on what you think he knew. I mean, he was there for what you know for the purpose of making an arrest. You didn't split any money with him, is what you're saying.
That's correct. We didn't split any money with him.
What about the other 2 police officers that were with you? Did you split the money with them?
Yes, at some point we lumped together the money that was taken from the 3 individuals in with the drug money that I had recovered, and myself and 2 other officers split that money.
Where did you split the money?
That would be later on at the end of the tour. This took place at approximately 15 minutes before the end of our tour.
So what would happen? Would you hold the money for it to be shared among you at some later point, at some other place?
I think this particular time, Mr. Armeo, the other 2 officers held the money.
Mr. Hembury, was there a usual location or some other usual arrangement you had with your colleagues about splitting the profits, where it would be done and how it would be done?
Sometimes, yes, sir.
Could you please tell us what these arrangements were?
So, at some point, if I was able to talk to the officers and make an arrangement to split the money, would be any place from the locker room of the police department of the 73rd precinct to a corner outside of the precinct. We'd do it sometimes on the way home, just stop, split the money, and be on our way.
So you split the money right in the station house on occasion?
That's correct, sir, on occasion.
Amberry gathered from your testimony that this rookie cop, which I might call a clean cop, took the collar, credit for the collar. Is that right?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Well, what about vouchering money or narcotics? Didn't you have to go through a process of vouchering whatever was recovered from the scene?
Yes, sir. This arrest was, in his eyes, I believe, was a legitimate arrest. He arrested these drug dealers. He vouched the money that was recovered and the drugs that were recovered.
You mean the money other than that which you had put away?
Excuse me, sir?
You mean the money other than that which you had secreted?
That's correct.
Good.
Mr. Henbury, on this particular location, did a sergeant or any other supervisor arrive at the scene?
Yes, there was.
What happened?
At that time, the two officers that I had split money with left the scene. They just happened to be at an arrest 10 minutes earlier, another drug arrest. They didn't want to alert the sergeant that they were now on this arrest. So after they left, I called the sergeant to come down and verify our arrest.
And by the time the sergeant got there, your two other partners managed to leave the scene because they knew the sergeant was coming.
That's correct.
Mr. Henbury, do you know whether or not these people from whom you took the money ever made a complaint against you or the other officers?
So at this specific incident, I know for a fact that these three individuals were complaining about the money that was removed from their pockets. I simply told the rookie cop that these guys are drug dealers. They make these complaints all the time. Don't worry about it. We also told the perpetrators that we arrested that their money was now part of the drug money and it was all being vouchered.
So, Mr. Henbury, generally, with regard to these civilian complaints, in particular when the civilians are drug dealers, you and the other cops had the benefit of credibility, did you not? And that is that if it came down to your word against the drug dealer's word, who would your supervisors believe?
Absolutely. We were the police officers, they were the drug dealers.
In your experience in the 73rd Precinct, did you ever see any supervisors or other internal integrity investigators in the police department pursue aggressively or actively these kinds of complaints from drug dealers?
No, sir, I have not. In the 6 years that I was a police officer, I had failed to see one individual being arrested or even being brought up on administrative charges for this type of an action. I wasn't the first person to think of this. It was ongoing.
Mr. Henbury, you said that on this particular occasion, 3 people were arrested. Over the course of conducting these raids, was that a frequent occurrence, or were there ways for you and others to avoid the necessity of making an arrest?
I'm sorry?
What I mean to say is that on other raids that you conducted, were arrests generally made, or were they generally not made?
So, arrests that, when these raids were conducted, if there wasn't a police officer that was looking for an arrest, there had come times where we would hit a location, we would catch the drug dealer inside of the location, we would have him stand near the front door, tell him we're going to go search the location. If we find anything, you're under arrest. Shame on him if he was still standing there when we came back.
Well, Mr. Armeo mentioned the credibility aspect with respect to your word against the drug dealers in terms of money. Would that also be the way it would work with respect to any brutality that accompanied an arrest?
Brutality charges, Mr. Commissioner, I would have to say, usually leave some type of evidence on the recipient of the brutality. Therefore, there may be some credibility to the individual saying, I was beaten. Unfortunately, back to the old CYA, covering your ass mentality of the police department, if this individual received some type of aggression by the police department. We had a reason why. We already knew that this guy was either resisting arrest, assaulting a police officer. We were covering our ass.
Mr. Henbury, I'd like to now direct your attention, just one other example for now. May I just have a moment, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
So is it fair to say, Mr. Henbury, that in the cases such as you just described, that the police would file charges of this nature to protect themselves, resisting arrest and the like?
That's correct, sir.
Mr. Hamber, in the 6 years that you're in the precinct, were you ever aware of investigations by the IAD or the FIAU as to the conduct of any of the police officers in the 7-3?
No, sir, I was not aware of any investigation of other officers or myself.
Never heard about any of their investigators coming into the precinct to investigate?
In regards to the type of activity I was involved in, sir?
Corruption.
No, sir.
In fact, just to follow up on the chairman's question, Mr. Henbury,
Commissioner, in regards to your question, Internal Affairs did come to the precinct on investigations. I was not privy to whether they were in a corruption capacity, their investigation. But when they came to the command, they were usually investigating some type of a complaint.
Did you have any way of knowing, you or your fellow officers, have any way of knowing when the IAD investigators were investigating any kind of complaint within your precinct?
So it was quite obvious that IAD was in our precinct. It was something that was common knowledge. IAD would come to our precinct, grab a copy of the roll call, plain sight, not trying to be discreet, 2 suits, then exit in a unmarked vehicle. That day we knew IAD was in the precinct. Nothing would be done. We knew that they were unfriendlies.
Would it be accurate to say that pretty much all the officers in the precinct would know when the IAD was investigating any matter within the precinct?
Sir, yes, sir, there was. If after a year or so in the 73rd precinct, sir, you knew pretty much every cop's face, whether it be in the 7-5 precinct, the 7-5 precinct squad, the housing police, the anti-crime units. You knew the friendly faces from the unfriendly faces. If a police officer in either the 7-5 or the 7-3 observed an unfriendly face, they would give a warning over the radio. Every officer knew that someone was an unfriendly was in the confines of either the 73rd precinct or the 7-5 precinct. And they determined that by a code of WO10, which was watch out in the 7+3. So if you heard a WO10, you knew that there was unfriendlies in the 73rd precinct, as opposed to a WO12, the 7+5. It's 12.
Would that go out over the radio and be received in your respective radio cars?
That's correct, sir. That was a common occurrence.
In the 6 years that you were in the 73 precinct, were you ever questioned by an IAD investigator or by an FIAU investigator?
In regards to corruption, sir?
Yes.
No, sir, not once.
Thank you.
Mr. Henbury, one of the questions that the chairman raises. With regard to the arrests that you say were effected on these raids, in order for the police officer to process the paperwork, wouldn't he have to falsify the arrest records about where he was and how he got into the location and what he observed?
Yes, sir. On occasion, it was joked about by some of the lieutenants and the sergeant in my precinct what scenario you were going to use.
Let me just stop you there for a minute. In your experience over the 6 years you were in the 73rd Precinct, were false predicates for arrest, false stories, in order to generate probable cause for an arrest, a common occurrence?
Yes, sir.
Now, you just said that there was a supervisor or a lieutenant who joked about it in your presence?
That's correct, sir. Scenarios were you going to A, say that you observed what appeared to be a drug transaction, B, you observed a bulge in the defendant's waistband, or C, you were informed by a male black unidentified at this time that at that location it was drug sales being
So in other words, what the lieutenant was telling you is, here's your choice of false predicates for these arrests.
That's correct. Pick which one you're going to use.
He say that in your presence?
Not specifically in those terms, but that was the general meaning.
Mr. Hambury, that brings up another question. Did you ever testify in court in any drug prosecution when you were a police officer?
Yes, I have, sir.
Did you ever give false testimony based upon such a scenario as you just outlined to us in explaining an arrest or entry into a crack house?
Sir, I very rarely, I have to say no, sir. I very rarely took the arrests when I knew that this type of conduct was going to be happening. It was a bad collar, it stunk, I didn't want it. If someone else was looking for a collar, unbeknown to him, what myself and some other officers did, and we could push the collar on him, I didn't want anything to do with the testimony involved with it, with any of the court proceedings. I didn't want to be there.
So what you're telling us is that the only time you testified was when you were convinced that it was a good collar,
That's
a
correct.
legal collar.
That's correct, sir. Collars that I took were ones from my choosing. I went out, made legitimate arrests. I very rarely had a drug collar or a drug arrest.
Thank you.
Mr. Hambury, I'd like to direct your attention to another one of these raids. Did you or any of your fellow police officers actually ever go out of the 73rd Precinct in order to conduct a raid?
Yes, we had left the confines of the 73rd Precinct to engage in this type of activity, yes.
Could you describe the circumstances of that, please?
I can recall one instance. We went to a location which was just on the other side of the road from the boundaries of the 73rd Precinct.
Well, just why don't you tell us how that raid was planned and how it was executed and what happened?
I don't specifically remember how it was planned, sir, but at some point, myself and at least 4 to 5 other sector cars decided to go to a drug location that was a busy drug location that was outside the confines of the 73rd Precinct for a couple of reasons. One, if there was an allegation made from what we were about to do, it would not fall in the confines of the 73rd Precinct. This particular location was in the confines of the 83 Precinct.
How did you find out about this location? And why was it selected as a place to conduct a raid?
I believe I was informed by people from the street, informants, if you will, prostitutes, drug addicts. At that time, I became aware of this location. I began to observe it for a period of time.
So in other words, you would actually get information from informants on the street who would tell you about where drugs were being dealt because you were the police,
That's correct.
and you would use this information in order to conduct these illegal raids.
That's correct.
Was that in the expectancy that you'd be able to find some money there that you could take?
Yes, sir, it was.
Now, during the course of this particular raid you're talking about, that was a location in the 83rd Precinct. Mr. Henry, can you tell us how that was executed? What happened there?
Approximately 5 sector cars, late in the tour, I would say around 11 o'clock. Our tour ended at 11:35. We went to this location. It was located on Broadway. Just on the other side of the street was now the confines of the 83rd Precinct. We entered the location. It was a multiple dwelling, 3 stories high. The first floor was reportedly being used as dealing crack. We entered this dwelling. I observed a hole cut out in the door. I observed an individual behind the door. When he observed us, this individual fled up a ladder to the second floor. Myself and approximately 10 other officers went to the second floor, where we found it to be what is commonly known in the city, as in the police department, as a shooting gallery. It was a wide open room, or a hall, if you will, about 20 to 30 individuals, either sticking needles in their arms, smoking crack, some type of drug activity by these individuals were taking place. At which time I ran over to what I thought to be the escape route of the individual that was once on the first floor. I confirmed the escape route, and at that point I noticed a brown velvet bag filled with money. I grabbed it, stuffed it in my shirt.
When you say you grabbed it and stuffed it in your shirt, when you do this, do you sort of show your colleagues, here it is, I found the loot?
Absolutely not.
Did anybody see you find that brown velvet bag that day?
Yes, sir. One individual was privy to our main reason for going to this location, that if me or him found anything, it was split. At which time a third individual, who's not in our main scheme of things, observed me taking the money, sticking it in my shirt, had then said to me that he wanted a piece of it. I agreed.
Let me stop you there for a minute. So what you're saying then, Mr. Hembury, is that when you say these other individuals, you mean other police officers, right?
That's correct, sir.
So what you're saying then is that there was even distrust or some sort of cheating among the cops who were actually involved in stealing money.
That's correct, sir. This third individual that happened to observe me pocketing the money from this location became very distrusting. At that time, there were other officers there. I didn't want it to be known what my intentions were. I didn't want these other officers to know exactly what I did. At that time, this officer was becoming such a problem at the scene. I had just given him the whole bag and said, here, you want to deal with it, you go ahead and split it. Officer X, another officer, is also involved. Split it 3 ways. I gave him the money to get him off my back, not to raise any suspicions by other police officers. And at that time, I split the money in the basement, in the locker room of the 73rd Precinct.
And that was split 3 ways between yourself, your partner, and this officer who was giving you a hard time about the money.
That's correct, sir.
Now, is the reason that you were distrustful of him because you had never shared or split money with him before?
Yes, sir, that could be one of his reasons, yes.
I meant one of your reasons, one of the reasons you were distrustful of him.
Oh, yes, it was my first time splitting money with that officer. I basically worked in a small group. I didn't want my my actions known in the precinct.
Mr. Hembury, how many police officers were assigned to the 4th Squad during the years you were there, 1987 through 1992?
Excuse me, Mr. Armeo, but before you go on to another area, I've got to be missing something. But on this raid outside the precinct, you've mentioned that there were 5 sector cars, there were 10, 11 police officers. Is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Where are the bosses?
At that point, while we were exiting that location, a boss from the 83rd Precinct showed up at the scene. He was sitting there waiting for us to exit the building. He came to myself and another officer and said, "What's going on?" We told him we had a gun run. He asked if our supervisor was aware of it. I told him yes. It was late in the tour. Everybody's going home. No one was arrested. Nothing was recovered. He took it for face value and left, and so did we.
But prior to going over there, you had to think to yourself or say to yourself, we've got sergeants here who we have to answer to, who are responsible for our actions. We have lieutenants. I don't know. We've got captains. We've got bosses. We're taking out 5 sector cars out of the precinct into another precinct, and you don't worry about them? You don't wonder whether they're going to come with you or whether they're going to wonder where you are?
You do, sir. But primarily at the end of tour at 11 o'clock, the sergeants have such a large responsibility. It's not funny. If the sergeants were to go by the book every day, you'd be home and back, and those guys would still be working on the day previous. At the end of the tour, at around 11 o'clock, these sergeants have an awful lot of work to catch up on, whether it be administrative, writing specific reports on incidents that happened during the day. At that time, it was a common occurrence that the sergeants weren't out doing patrol. They're so bogged down by the course of the day's activities, by the end of the day, they were up to their neck in administrative duties.
But in this raid, there was a sergeant there from the 83rd Precinct.
That's correct.
Waiting for you when you came out. Did you find out whether he ever had any communication or conversation with your sergeants or your bosses?
No, sir. To the best of my knowledge, he didn't.
You were never questioned by any of your bosses the next day or later that night or at any time as to why you were out of the precinct and what you were doing?
No, Commissioner.
I have one question. I know what your motive was in leaving your precinct and going into another. Do you know what the motive of the other officers were who were in the other cars who accompanied you?
Commissioner, I can only assume that some of the officers were there for the thrill. Some officers were there for the thrill. Some officers were there for maybe to make an arrest at a later date. Maybe some of the officers were there with the same intentions of mine, but I was not aware of it.
Mr. Hambury, to your knowledge of the 250 approximate number of officers who were in the 73rd Precinct, About what percent would you say were involved in corrupt activities?
I can give you an accurate figure from the platoon that I worked, sir, which was the 4 to 12, and I would tell you that the vast majority of police officers on the 4 to 12 were engaged with the same type of activities I were.
What number are you referring to or speaking to? When you say the number of people in your platoon, approximately how many are you talking about?
I would say around 20 to 30.
That's the total number in the platoon.
In the platoon, correct.
And you say a majority of those you believe were involved in corrupt activities.
That's correct.
Do you have any idea about the rest, the other 220 or so officers?
So yes, there were rumors of other platoons being just as dirty. Although I kind of kept my involvement to a very bare minimum with the officers I was involved with.
Is it known throughout the department that certain shifts are those shifts which are more likely to have corrupt activities involved?
Yes, sir. In fact, it was an aspect taught at the police academy that the midnight shift was a shift that was most susceptible to corruption.
By midnight, you mean the 4 to 12 or the 12 to
12 to 8, sir.
Or the 12 to 8? All right, thank you.
Mr. Henry, just following up on a question asked by Commissioner Lankler. When your squad was out in force, how many police officers comprised your entire squad?
Are you talking about assigned to RMPs for the day?
Yes, assigned to RMPs. Do you recall the number? Just generally, you don't have to be specific.
While I first arrived at the 73rd Precinct, we had a large squad. It was the 4th squad. And I would say that we filled 8 of the 10 sectors available.
And there were other sectors that were staffed by foot patrolmen as well?
That's correct, sir.
So at any given tour, let's take an average tour, how many police officers in uniform on patrol duties would be out in the street in the 7-3?
A total of approximately 40 police officers were out doing various types of patrol, whether it be foot, RMP, or assigned to a fixer.
And how many sergeants would be assigned to supervise those 40 or so patrol officers?
1.
Wasn't it also in your experience that your squad went for months without having any supervisor assigned to it?
That's correct, Mr. Armeo. Not only is 40 police officers extremely tough to supervise for one sergeant, but there came times where sergeants were promoted, sergeants were brought to the 73rd Precinct on a regular basis for their 6 months of training, if you will, something similar to the NSU that I was in. Sergeants are temporarily assigned for 6 months to high crime precincts for experience and then moved on. There were quite a few times where my squad was sergeantless, no sergeant at all.
So in other words, there were a lot of rotating sergeants, no sergeant with any permanent stake in the command, so to speak.
That's correct.
Mr. Chairman?
I'm just, in the experience level, I take it both chronological age, most of the cops were your age, and most of the officers had the same general time on the job that you had.
Yes. I would say that the average at the 73rd Precinct was Around 5 years, 3 to 5 years.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, with your permission, I'd like to adjourn for 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Resume at the 11:30.
Resume at 11:30.
Thank you.
Follow me, don't stop me.
Gosh, aren't you sweet? More than sweet.
I'm a student
Hi.
journalist from Columbia.
Oh, I went to Columbia as an undergraduate.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
Well, I just got there 3 weeks into the semester.
I'm not going to be able to make any comments during the course of the hearing for the record.
If I can ask you how you are gauging public opinion to the testimony, so how you think the public's been
How am I
reacting to
gauging?
what they're hearing?
Well, I'm just hoping that it's edifying. One of the things we don't want this to be is destructive. We're concerned that people understand that the vast majority of the police department is honest, but there's obviously a significant problem out there. And the more we educate the public, the more they'll understand the need for reforms. And that's about all I'll say. That's for the Spectator?
Right now, the stage that we're in now, we have 2 semesters. The first semester we just report for class. The second semester is when we start recording the news.
Well, good luck.
Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, if you can.
It's actually a nice shot, and after all that, you've got the silhouette, and that, and the light is enough to get his face. Yeah.
Just a question.
I don't know. Let's see.
It's just going to give you like 30th of a second. 30th of a second.
Let me write that down.
Especially since he's saying there's so many young soldiers.
I could do it with my 200, but I can't do it.
I'm getting another camera.
You go to the U.S. Open, any sport event, I mean, they want to do it pretty wild.
Yes. Where's the chairman?
Really, anywhere over here's what we said or something. I would suggest straight up to that side. You could use that. Sit back. Straight here, that. There's no like record. Any questions? I was shooting it with a balance. I was shooting it with the ambulance on like 5.6.
Careful, as we did.
Sort of. You finally got it.
All right, we'll now resume. Mr. Armeo, you may proceed.
Mr. Henbury, I'd just like to remind you that you're still under oath. Mr. Henbury, I'd like to turn to the subject of narcotics at this point. Did you ever observe any of your police officer colleagues in conducting these raids also steal drugs from these locations?
Yes, sir, drugs were taken.
Drugs taken for their own personal use? Would you split the drugs as you split the money?
Drugs were taken, sir. My own personal experience was not to get involved with the drugs. I didn't like them. I thought they were dirty. It wasn't what I was about.
When other police officers in your presence stole drugs, were the drugs split like the money was split?
Not that I was aware of, sir, no.
Are you aware of what these other officers did with the drugs that they stole?
I know, sir, that there was talk. There came a time where throwing the drugs away was throwing money away, that it could be turned into money.
So what you're saying is that based on the other good cops in the 73rd Precinct with whom you were associated, from your conversations with them, you understood that they came to the realization that throwing the drugs away was like throwing money away.
That's correct.
There came a time when they took the drugs for resale, to your knowledge?
I can only say that that it was talked about. I have no personal knowledge of drugs actually being taken for resale.
We have had testimony before this commission over the past 2 days about police officers protecting drug organizations in return for cash payments. In your experience in the 7-3, was that sort of activity going on to your knowledge?
Yes, I believe it was. I personally was not into protecting the drug dealers. I was doing this to hurt them. It was something that I was not involved with, but I cannot say that it was not being conducted in the 73rd Precinct.
Mr. Henbury, besides hurting the drug dealers, you were doing this for your own personal gain as well, were you not, sir?
That's correct.
I'd like to turn now to the subject of guns. Were guns ever stolen by police officers from these locations?
Yes, they were, sir.
Why are guns such a desirable commodity?
I can tell you personally that guns were kept for a number of reasons. Police officers are involved with guns. Some police officers collect guns. Guns were kept as souvenirs, some kept in briefcases for maybe a throwaway gun, something to that nature, and also for sale.
Let me stop you there, Mr. Henbury. In your experience, did you ever personally observe police officers stealing a gun or guns from a drug location?
Yes, I have.
Now, when you talk about the desire to have a gun for a throwaway, what exactly do you mean?
If their situation arose where possibly there was a bad shooting, something to that nature, it was an alternative that you had if you had a throwaway gun.
Mr. Henbury, again, let me just press you a bit further. Are you saying that these police officers took these guns in order to give themselves a pretext, a false excuse in the event that they shot someone unlawfully or outside department regulations?
Yes, again, the mentality was to cover your ass, Mr. Armeo. And if that was an aspect to cover your ass, if you arose in that situation, that was one of the reasons why a gun would be kept, yes.
If a police officer has a throwaway on his person or on his briefcase, what does he do with it if he fears that a shooting he was involved in was a bad shooting, as you described it?
I can only assume, sir. I have no personal knowledge of a throwaway gun being used, but...
Well, based on your conversations with other people, when they say that they'd like to have a throwaway weapon, what do you understand them to mean? What use do they put this throwaway weapon to?
That would be probably a weapon that would be recovered at the scene, something that'd be used as evidence against the perpetrator.
Well, more explicitly, are you suggesting it would be used as an excuse for having shot the perpetrator?
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Henbury, I'd like to ask you, during the course of your and the other police officers conducting these raids, did you ever employ the use of any other city services to assist you in conducting an illegal raid?
Yes, I do, sir. At one point, these drug raids were becoming more and more frequent. It was something that was being accepted by everybody, majority of the people I worked with. And there came a time where we had information on a housing project where drugs were being sold in front of.
So, when you found out about this drug sales at this housing project, what did you and your colleagues do?
I came to a conclusion that the only way to get to this location was by some other means than my police car, at which time I observed an ambulance, an EMS bus, that was not on a call. Asked them if they could help us out. We parked our vehicles around the corner, entered this ambulance, and we had it drive us right up to the front of the place, at which time we jumped out.
How many police officers were involved in that raid?
Six that I can recall, sir.
So 6 of you drive up to the front of a housing project with no warrant and intention to steal money, and you all jump out of an EMS ambulance? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Did you or others take money from these drug dealers that day?
No, we did not.
Why was that?
No drugs or money were found.
You mentioned that the frequency of these raids increased over time. What time period are you referring to? When did they begin to get very frequent?
I would say from around the year of 1990 till 92.
So for 2 years, you would describe the raid activity in the 73rd Precinct as frequent.
That's correct.
How many raids would you conduct in a week?
I was very sporadic in my in these activities that I was involved in, as to not to set a pattern. Sometimes I would go a week or two without any raids. Sometimes I would do 3, 4, 5 raids in a week.
And those are the ones that you were engaged in. Were there other times when other officers, without your participation, were also conducting raids, to your knowledge?
Yes, sir. If I felt that one particular location, or that I myself was involved a lot for a week or a period of time, I would stop. That didn't mean that other officers would stop.
So based on your own calculations and your own knowledge and conversations with other police officers, could you give the Commission an estimate in the years, let's say, 1991 to 1992? How many of these illegal raids were being perpetrated in a week?
From conversation that I was engaged in with other officers, I would say on an average from 10 to 20 per week.
And this goes totally unabated for 2 years and more?
Yes, sir.
Did the number of police officers involved increase?
Yes, it did.
Let's take 1991 to let's take late 91 to 92 before you were arrested. How many police officers would you estimate were involved in perpetrating these raids?
At that time, just before my arrest by Suffolk County, I was actively involved with at least 10 police officers.
Mr. Hembury, when you were arrested by Suffolk County, was your impression that you were being arrested for the raids you were conducting in Brooklyn?
That's correct. When I was arrested on the night of May 6th, I was under the assumption that I was being placed under arrest for the crimes that were being committed in the 73rd Precinct.
Mr. Hembury, again, just focusing your attention on that time period, 1991 through 1992, and just for the record, you've testified that these raids were going on since 1988, but I'd just like to focus your attention on that year or year and a half. How much money would you say you earned from these raids?
For my entire time at the 73rd Precinct.
Just an estimate now, Mr. Hembury.
I would say was very minimal, a couple of $1,000. Sometimes raids would take place where you've got $100.
Does it seem very little to have risked your career?
Absolutely, sir.
Why do you think that the number of police officers and the frequencies of these raids increased over time?
I believe that just as sooner or later, when I was at the 73rd Precinct, it became a way that business was conducted there. The department frowns upon uniformed members of the service making drug arrests because of corruption. So what was happening, sir, was that the policemen and women in the 73rd Precinct were driving around in the precinct, not being effective against the drug trade that was in our command, and that was due to the department.
Do you think that you and the other police officers also took confidence in the fact that no one was ever getting caught by department internal investigators for this activity over such a long period of time?
Yes, sir, that was my belief.
Was it also your belief, Mr. Hembury, that your supervisors were unconcerned about what was going on in the streets so long as it didn't cause a problem for them?
Yes, I do. I believe when you requested a sergeant to respond to your job, he usually took 15 or 20 minutes to get there. If you were going to be dirty and you were going to take money, you did it before he got there. That way, when he got there, everything was nice and cut and dry for him. He verified your arrest and you were on your way.
What I'm having a problem with here, Mr. Hembury, is what you've testified to is hundreds of these illegal raids with several cops involved over a period of 3 to 4 years. How is it possible that the integrity control officer of your command, the sergeants who are meant to supervise you, the commanding officer himself, was unaware of this activity?
It's my belief, Mr. Armeo, that they were quite aware of what was going on. If I could elaborate.
Please.
When I first arrived at the 73rd Precinct, I was a rookie. I was hearing rumors that there were guys in the 75 Precinct that were dirty. Here I was, a rookie in the 73rd Precinct, hearing these rumors. They wound up being Michael Dowd and Kenny Urell, who were the dirty police officers that I was hearing these rumors about. So here I am, a rookie, a couple of months in a new precinct, and I'm hearing these rumors of dirty cops in the 75 Precinct. It just sounds, it's unquestionable that they knew what was going on. If a rookie from just arriving there can find out that there were dirty cops in a command neighboring, how could these guys not know what was going on in their own house?
When you heard about...
Excuse me for a minute. Would you say that the corrupt activities in the 75 Precinct were pretty widely known throughout the Brooklyn precincts?
Commissioner Mullen, for myself to hear that type of information as a rookie coming to Brooklyn North for the first time, it's unquestionable that all of Brooklyn North must have heard these same rumors.
Thank you.
Mr. Hembury, with regard to those rumors you heard about corruption in the 75th Precinct, did the knowledge or the belief that cops from neighboring precincts were making scores, maybe bigger scores than you and your colleagues were making, did that ever increase your ambitions to make more money off the job? Did it ever increase the ambitions of your colleagues in the 7-3 Precinct?
Yes, it did. That and the fact that after a period of time, it seems inevitable that a policeman in the New York City Police Department is going to feel like the department doesn't care about him or her that they are just a number. It's a large department. It's part of the job, but it, at the same time, could leave you disgruntled for lack of concern about yourself. And I think that at that point, when you get to that point in your career, self-motivative greed and the rumors of other people making giant scores contribute to the factor of stepping over the line.
When you heard Michael Dowd discussed as a young cop in the 73rd Precinct, was he discussed as a villain or as a hero?
I wouldn't go so far as to call Michael Dowd a hero, but it was in a favorable light.
Mr. Hanbury, was there much discussion among the officers in the precinct about IAD, its effectiveness, its lack of effectiveness, what kind of investigators were in IAD? Was there any discussion along that line?
No, sir, there was very rarely discussion on the effectiveness of IAD. I think that it was because they were so ineffective, it wasn't really a fear.
Well, when I asked my question, I asked about effectiveness or ineffectiveness. Now, you're saying that they were just considered so ineffective that nobody really feared them? Is that what you just said?
Yes, sir.
Would that be a subject of discussion among you and your fellow officers, how ineffective the IAD was?
Not that I can recall, sir, but I'm sure maybe I was thinking it on my own. It wasn't part of a discussion that I can recall.
Mr. Dimbry, I got the impression that you said that you felt you could justify your behavior because the department didn't.
You know, it was so bad there, I wanted to get out. What happened was my transfer was denied after making a bribery arrest, which is usually rewarded with some type of a transfer, whether it be to a detail or just lateral to a different command. After being denied, you could sit back and say, well, I made my bribery collar. It's not very often that you get to make a bribery collar. And here I was with nothing to show for it. That was one of the aspects that made me become disgruntled, if you will.
Did they ever give you any reason why your request was denied?
Yes, sir. I was a subject of disciplinary hearing a year or two before I made this bribery collar, and subsequently affected my transfer.
Mr. Hembury, how many times did you request a transfer out of the 7-3 precinct?
In the 5.5 years in the 73rd precinct, I requested transfer 6 times.
Were they all denied?
Yes, all of them were denied except for the last one. I was transferred May 6th, the day I was arrested.
Mr. Hembury, there have been some who are saying that the corruption problem that the New York City Police Department faces today is really a matter of the isolated opportunity arising and temptation taking over the police officer. In your experience, was corruption a matter of opportunity, or was it a matter of planning and premeditation?
I would have to answer that and say that it was both a matter of opportunity and planning.
Well, these raids that you told us about seem to have been elaborately planned with code signals and rendezvous. Weren't you and the other officers also assigning each other roles about what you would do when you arrived at the drug spot?
Yes, sir.
Would you call that premeditation?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to turn to the subject of what has been known, what is called the blue wall of silence. You told us before, Mr. Hembury?
Yes, sir.
You told us before that one of the conditions that fostered this kind of corruption is the trust and confidence that you have in fellow officers not to complain about your illegal activity. Is that right?
That's correct.
This reluctance to report good cops, maybe we can call them bad cops now, even extend to the honest officers in the command, that is, those officers who weren't engaging in these raids or drug rip-offs or thefts of money?
Yes, sir.
Why do you think that is, Mr. Hembury?
I can give you an example of a situation that I'm aware of. Maybe help clarify to everybody here what happens as a police officer. It was a situation, two officers were on foot trying to apprehend the perpetrator. One individual, one officer was fairly close to the perpetrator when his partner let a couple of rounds go at this perpetrator, thinking he was turning with a gun. Now, the one officer who was fairly close to this perpetrator became very irate, was not happy with his partner shooting over his shoulder, and had a verbal confrontation with his partner. Sometime later, they're questioned by the administration into the regards, the facts of this shooting. This officer who became irate gave his version of the story, the way he's seen it. It was slightly different from the officer that did the shooting. At that time, this officer was labeled a rat. He was not talked to. He was the recipient of hazings that was going on in 73rd Precinct. It was...
Basically, other cops make his career miserable.
That's correct.
Mr. Hembury, when this hearing opened, there was a videotape of a police officer who gave testimony with his face dissembled and his voice disguised.
Yes.
Did you see that?
Yes, I did.
Could you understand why an honest cop would not want to appear in public in his full identity and give information that he gave?
Absolutely, Mr. Armeo. If you're labeled a rat, especially early in your career, you're going to have a difficult time for the remainder of your career in the New York City Police Department. You do not want to be labeled a rat. You will be the recipient of bad practical jokes, even things more serious than practical jokes. Then to leave or request to leave the environment that you were in wouldn't be the end of this labeling that you had. Phone calls would be made to wherever your final destination was in the department. Your name traveled with you. It was something you couldn't shake.
In other words, your reputation would follow you, your reputation as a rat, even if you were assigned to other commands in other boroughs.
That's correct. He could go to one Police Plaza, and there'd be phone calls made there to some of his coworkers.
Mr. Hembury, in your experience, does the fear of the consequences being labeled a rat even extend so much as an officer taking the blame when another officer is actually the guilty party?
Absolutely.
Did that happen in your experience, sir?
Yes, it did.
Could you relate the story to the commissioners?
Yes. It came a time I was riding with an officer who had approximately 10 years on the job. He prided himself in not making an arrest in 5 years. He didn't like collars. We were engaged in a motorcycle stop for a traffic violation. This officer knew that this individual didn't have driver's license The motorcycle wasn't registered, inspected. He was an easy target. After stopping this individual and speaking with him, this individual became irate. He became so irate to the point where I thought he was going to swing at either myself or the other officer. Seeing that this other officer doesn't make arrests, I was a rookie at the time. I made the arrest. I brought the individual to the station house. I issued him summonses. Sometime thereafter, a third party, a concerned citizen looking out their window, made a complaint, a third-party complaint to a civilian complaint, and then I was the recipient of charges and specs by the department. What had transpired after we had stopped and this individual became irate, we disabled an officer that was later on the scene, disabled his motorcycle by pulling a coil wire from his spark plug, tossing it in the lot. I was the recipient of charges and specs which simply stated that I smacked this individual and that I removed property from his motorcycle. Sometime thereafter, I went to the trial room with the department. I lost 15 days vacation for this incident. I didn't smack this individual. This individual was a lot bigger than me. If I had to hit somebody, it would have been to bring him down, not smack an individual. And the spark plug wire I had nothing to do with. But yet, these were charges that were brought against me. I took that hit, lost my 15 days, and that was the end of it.
So you took a 15-day hit, all because you just could not be labeled a rat and tell the truth about who was really responsible for damaging the motorcycle.
That's correct.
Mr. Hamburger, you said that this other officer did not like to make arrests. Is that true?
That's correct.
Didn't the supervisors, commanding officer of the precinct, or others ever question the fact that some officers did not make any arrests?
Yes, they did. We had an officer who never made any arrests. He came to the command with myself. He was not well liked, although he did drive the captain and the lieutenant around. But to compensate for not making arrests, this individual wrote summonses. He wrote hundreds of summonses. Therefore, he was alleviated of the responsibility to make arrests.
Were any of the officers ever questioned for either making no arrests or a very low number of arrests?
Low productivity was a topic that a sergeant would discuss with other...
You were in a pretty high crime area, were you not?
That's correct.
I think you indicated one of the heaviest high crime areas.
That's a fact, sir.
And despite the fact that you're in this very high crime area, there are a number of officers who would not make arrests or make a very low number of arrests.
That's correct.
And the supervisory personnel never did anything about that?
No, sir. They never did anything about that. Although these officers would have an answer saying that I haven't made any arrests, I wrote 100 summonses this month. There was a criteria for you to, in regards to production on the part of a police officer. They wanted 2 felony collars a month and a book of summonses. That was 25 summonses. If you didn't produce that, you had to explain why. If it was because you were too busy writing summonses, that was an answer that they accepted.
Mr. Hembury,
No, I just wondered, the summonses, they were not desk appearance tickets, but rather summonses for automobiles, is that right?
Majority were moving violations. The department is very big on red light summonses. Red light summons is extremely important.
for traffic red lights.
Correct.
Mr. Hembury, in your experience, were all of these summonses genuine summonses?
No, sir, they were not.
Could you explain to the commissioners what you mean by your answer?
Summonses is a term in the police department called phantom summonses. That's, excuse me. That's when you take a derelict vehicle. Just case in point, a derelict vehicle has no plates on it, maybe has a plate on it. Every day you come by, you can drop a couple summonses on it. No registration, no insurance. The car doesn't belong to anybody. It's apparently marked for sanitation, and you can unload summonses on it. Another case in point would be driving into work. You have a vehicle that cuts you off. At some point you take down the information from this vehicle, whether it be his license plate and the make of car. When you get to work, you drop a couple summonses on him. They're called phantom summonses.
Now, Mr. Hembury, in your experience with regard to these summonses, was there a lot of pressure put on police officers to make a agency goal, otherwise known as a quota?
Absolutely.
Did it seem to you sometimes in your supervisor's estimation, this is just based on your own conclusions now, that it was more important for the supervisors to get the summonses than for you guys to make collars?
Absolutely. Summonses, Mr. Armeo, are an important part for the commanding officer of your precinct. Commanding officer of your precinct wants to impress to the borough and the brass that is in the borough that your command is producing. They want summonses. It's that simple.
Mr. Hembury, you said that these raids were going on, to your knowledge, at least since 1988, and involved a group of cops ranging from 6 to 10. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is, sir.
To your knowledge, was a single cop in the 73rd Precinct ever arrested for that activity?
No, sir.
Were you, in your career, ever even given a command discipline for this activity?
Never.
I'd like to ask you, Mr. Hembury, after you were arrested by Suffolk County detectives, did anyone from the Internal Affairs Division or any other department internal investigator attempt to interview you or debrief you regarding your knowledge of corruption?
No, never once.
Mr. Hembury, who were the first people who approached you and asked you for information regarding police corruption?
That would be you, Mr. Armeo.
This commission, you mean, sir?
Excuse me?
You mean the Mullen Commission?
That's correct.
Do you have any idea why that may have been or was the case, Mr. Hembury?
Yes, sir, Commissioner. I personally feel that the department is afraid of scandal. They are worried about public image. It's something that would be aired by the press. The department doesn't want their dirty laundry being aired, and the department therefore being dragged through a scandal.
So essentially, in your view, they simply shut their eyes to activities such as your own?
I believe that public image was more important than rooting out the corruption in the department, yes.
Mr. Hembury, are you aware whether or not the people who lived in the neighborhoods of the 73rd Precinct were aware of this unabated corruption?
Yes, I believe they were.
How do you know that? What do you base that on?
I base that on that the drug dealers are from the community. The drug dealers knew certainly what was happening. I'm sure they spoke about it.
Yet apparently there seemed to be, in your estimation, very few civilian complaints about these activities. Is that right?
That's correct.
I'd like to direct your attention to the chart behind me, Mr. Hembury. What we have here is, based on department records, a tabulation of the total civilian complaints against members of the 73rd Precinct in various corruption areas as they're defined by the police department. I'd like you to look at the area that's highlighted in yellow. Would it be fair to say that the activities that you and your fellow officers engaged in were narcotics-related corruption? Would that be an accurate way of describing the activity that you and the other officers were engaged in?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hembury, in 1988, the number of allegations coming in on members of the 73rd Precinct for narcotics-related corruption totals 8. In 1988, were you alone responsible for more than 8 raids?
Yes, I was.
In 1989, there are 11 civilian complaints. Do you believe that that is an accurate reflection on the narcotics-related activity among cops in the 73rd Precinct for that year?
Absolutely not.
Is it just the tip of the iceberg?
Just barely.
You see the others for numbers for 1990, 91, and 92? Now that was the time you said that these raids were increasing in number and in number of police officers involved. Is that right?
That's correct.
What is your estimation about what these numbers reflect? Do they reflect the full scope of corruption going on in the 7-3 during those years?
Absolutely not.
In fact, if you added all those numbers together, Mr. Hembury, they would just constitute a small fraction of the raids that just you yourself, one single police officer, was responsible for. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
If department internal investigators were relying on what is called a reactive system, a complaint-driven system, based on these numbers and in light of the information that you personally know about your conduct and the conduct of other officers, would IAD or the FIAU ever know the true extent of corruption in the 7-3 Precinct or anywhere else?
No, sir. Those numbers indicated behind you would probably be an acceptable level.
In other words, what they want to know, rather than what's really going on.
That's absolutely correct.
Mr. Hembury, I'd like to know from your perspective, someone having been personally involved, unfortunately, in police corruption for a number of years, do you have any recommendations to make to this commission about ways in which this kind of corruption can be stopped or curtailed in the future?
Yes, I do, Mr. Armeo. I can tell you that what made this activity easy for me and other officers were the things that should be changed. As I spoke of before, you had IAD would come to the precinct, let themselves be known. Everybody would give a WO-10 over the air. Everybody knew they were there. Nothing was happening. None of the cops would do anything. I think that IAD was there specifically in that manner to alert us not to do anything. They didn't want to find anything out. It was incredible. I feel that to be an effective investigating detail like that, maybe something in the lines of keeping IAD or FIAU out of the precinct. If they're coming into the precinct to do an investigation, don't come to the desk and let everybody know that they're there. If maybe when roll call is done for each tour, and after it's been amended, it should be standard that each tour should fax their roll call to FIAU or IAD, so that if anyone from either of those two details are coming to a specific command, they don't have to come into the command to grab the roll call to find out where anybody is.
Mr. Hembury, what about the allegations from drug dealers and other defendants Do you think that they ought to be perhaps a little bit more believed?
That's difficult. It's been my experience that to now go and ask the drug dealers, was there any problems? Are you missing money? Could open up a whole can of worms. These guys got nothing to lose. They may be vindictive, but at the same time, if now you're going to be an arresting officer in a drug case and you know that this individual is going to be questioned, well, maybe you're going to make sure that the money's straight and the drugs are proper and everything is vouched in an orderly fashion. It would be seen as a deterrent, yes.
Council's questions are really aimed at why you're on the in the precinct and on the force actively. Do you have any thoughts about whether or not there could be some changes or additions with respect to training that might be helpful? And if so, what do you think they might be?
Yes, sir, I do. I feel that training in the police academy wasn't adequate. They didn't tell me the types of corruption that I'd be confronted with, the types of temptations. It was a new experience for me to come to the 73rd Precinct and see the things that I've seen. I feel that there's a number of recommendations I can make to change some of this ongoing activities as something in the manner of having an ICO for every tour. We have one ICO. He's the Integrity Commanding Officer. He works one tour. It's usually posted somewhere in the command. You know when the ICO is working. It's only one man. You have 3 shifts. It would be in the department's best interest to possibly put an ICO on every tour. There's someone out there every tour.
So lastly, Mr. Hembury, do you have any message that you want to say to other police officers who might be confronted with these same opportunities as you?
Yes, I do. This whole experience was...
Try to keep your voice up.
Yes, sir. I'm not proud of anything that I've testified to here today. In fact, I'm disgraced. I've disgraced my parents, the people that I love. For another officer to come down the same road that I have, it's very difficult to make it as far as I did. I've been in prison. I've lost everything that I've owned. I almost lost a little boy that I love very much. It's been difficult. Don't do it.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
We'll stand recessed now until 1:15.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Well, basically what he was charged with was investing money into drug dealers. Yeah, so he was charged with a real conspiracy because he gave money to one of Brown's ex-partners to buy drugs, which he expected to get.
He made the definition of the distinction. He actually had what it said. Distinction out of
The distinction that I think what he did was he wasn't actually
sale. He's a conspiracy. What we call the profit. Cocaine. Thank you. Is it our signature? Yeah. He's wearing
Whacked around a bit.
Yeah, I
Mr. Chairman, the next witness will be examined by Commission Counsel David Burns. I'd ask you to please administer the oath to the witness.
Will you please rise, Mr. Cawley? Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony which you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Burns?
Thank you. Would you please state your full name?
Bernard Cawley.
Mr. Cawley, would you please try to keep your voice up? Is the mic working? Yes, it is. All right.
Mr. Cawley, are you aware that all witnesses who appear before this commission and give testimony have the right to have counsel present with them?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Cawley, are you prepared to proceed today and give testimony without the presence of counsel?
Yes.
Mr. Cawley, where do you currently reside?
Walk Hill Correctional Facility.
Is that a New York State correctional facility?
Yes, it is.
What crime did you commit for which you are now incarcerated?
Burglary with the intent to steal narcotics.
What was the narcotic involved?
Cocaine and heroin.
And how much of cocaine and heroin was involved in this transaction?
Approximately 5 kilos.
Mr. Cawley, what is the sentence you are now serving?
3 years to life.
Before being arrested, Mr. Cawley, were you employed?
Yes, I was.
Where were you employed?
I was employed with the New York City Police Department.
And what was your position with the New York City Police Department?
I was a police officer.
When did you join the New York City Police Department, Mr. Cawley?
July 15, 1986.
And that was when you entered the police academy?
Yes, it is.
After your graduation from the police academy, what was your first assignment?
I was assigned to the Neighborhood Stabilization Unit in the 48th Precinct. It's called NSU 7.
NSU 7?
Right.
Could you explain to the commissioners what an NSU is, what the Neighborhood Stabilization Unit is?
NSU is pretty much 6 months after the academy. It's on-the-job training. What they do is they put you on foot posts in 4 different precincts that are in with the NSU. And when you're not on a foot post, either you're driving around with a detective, you're answering radio runs in a marked police car, it's yourself, another rookie, and a detective or a sergeant.
Okay, and they're giving you, as you put it, on-the-job training on how to be a police officer.
Correct.
While you were in the 48th Precinct, NSU, Mr. Cawley, did you develop a nickname?
Yes, I did.
What was that nickname?
The Mechanic.
Can we have, for the record, where the 48th Precinct is located?
It's it's underneath the Cross Bronx Expressway in the Bronx.
Thank you. You're welcome. You may proceed, Mr. Burns.
Thank you. Your nickname was the Mechanic?
Yes, it was.
And why were you given this nickname?
Because I used to tune people up.
What do you mean by tune people up?
That's a police word for beating up people.
Did you beat people up who you were arrested?
No, we just beat people up in general. If they're on the street, hanging around drug locations, it was a show of force.
Why were these beatings done?
to show who was in charge. We were in charge, the police.
The police were in charge.
Yes.
Mr. Coley, who gave you this nickname, the Mechanic?
My NSU sergeant.
So your sergeant was aware of these beatings?
Yes, he was.
Were other police officers in the 48th Precinct NSU giving people beatings as well?
There was a few of them, yes.
And the sergeant was aware of those beatings as well?
Yeah, pretty much the sergeant encouraged it because he rewarded the 3 guys that were into it, the 2 other officers and myself. He would reward us. Instead of putting us on foot post in the winter or something like that, we would drive around in the car with him or the other detectives.
So you were rewarded for this aggressive behavior and for beating people?
Yes.
And you were rewarded and given this name by the sergeant who was supposed to mold your character to a certain extent, to be a police officer?
That's correct.
Was the sergeant present when you administered these beatings?
He was present on some of them, but after work we used to go drink in the bar. Us, myself, a few of the other officers, and the sergeant from NSU. And we used to drink and we used to talk about what we'd done that night at work. And the sergeant, he was aware of the beatings. He was there on some of them, and some of them he wasn't.
After your assignment to the 48th Precinct NSU, where were you assigned, Mr. Coley?
I was assigned to patrol in the 46th Precinct. I was assigned to the 3rd Squad.
And is that also in the Bronx?
Yes, it is. It's 181st and Ryer Avenue.
Did the 46th Precinct 3rd Squad have a nickname?
Yes, it did. It was called the Thirsty Third.
And why was it called the Thirsty Third?
Because out of maybe 15 guys in the job, probably 12 of the guys used to drink on duty in the car.
Was this a daily activity?
It wasn't a daily activity. I mean, on the midnights it was pretty much a regular thing. But, you know, during the 4 to 12s, it was, you know, pretty much on the regular.
What were your responsibilities as a police officer in the 3rd Squad in the 46th Precinct?
We were assigned to patrol, answer the radio.
Mr. Coley, would you please tell the commissioners about your experience on your first midnight tour in the 46th Precinct?
When I went to the 46th Precinct, a friend of mine who I grew up with, he was a police officer in the 46th Precinct also. He got to the precinct 6 months before I did. So it was our first midnight in the 3rd Squad, and he's not in the 3rd Squad, but he came up and told me. He says, tonight, the guys in the 3rd Squad, they're going to test everybody in the squad to see if you're, you know, a good guy, a stand-up guy, whatever.
And so what happened?
Excuse me?
What happened?
All right. So on the midnight, about 2 o'clock in the morning, we met at Tremont Jerome Avenue. There was about 7 police cars, blue and whites. And they told us, they said, listen, we're going over to this building on 176th Street and Davison Avenue. I think the address was 1761. And they said pretty much everybody in that building, either they're drug dealers or they belong to a motorcycle gang. They said when we get there, who's ever hanging out, they have no right hanging out at this hour of the night. They said, when you go up there, just start hitting people. So we start driving over to Davison, 176th Street. We came on the block in all different directions. We got out of the car. As soon as we got out of the police car, the 7 cars, we just started beating people. We went into the building. Who was ever in the building got beat. A lady was coming down the stairs with a big radio in her hand. They smashed the radio with the nightstick. They threw it down a flight of stairs. It was just anybody who was in that building or right in front of the building got beat that night.
Were you in uniform at the time?
Yes, I was. It was at midnight. Pretty much everybody on patrol on midnights work in uniform.
So you're saying that anyone who was in the building that night took a beating?
Yes, anybody that was in the hallways or in the courtyard.
How many police officers participated in this event that night?
Well, there were 7 police cars, 2 officers to a car, 14.
Were any supervisors present?
No.
Why wouldn't there be any supervisors present when there are 7 radio cars at one location?
Because that midnight, the sergeant's regular driver wasn't in. So he had to take somebody from the 3rd squad to drive him. So they told him, they said, listen, they told the driver, the sergeant, they said, we're going over to 176th Street in Davidson about 2 o'clock in the morning. Be on the other side of the precinct with the sergeant. Just cruise over there. And that's what happened.
So you were able to get the sergeant out of the way?
Right, because of his driver.
Was that a difficult thing to do on other occasions, get the sergeant out of the way?
Not at all.
How many people were beaten this night, Mr. Cawley?
I'd say 10 to 15 people.
And to the best of your recollection, what was the extent of their injuries?
They were hurt, but not like serious physical injury, not like they needed an ambulance right away, but I mean, they got hit with sticks. I mean, of course you're gonna get hurt.
Mr. Cawley, on this particular night, had any of these people who were beaten committed a crime in your presence that night?
No, not at all.
Were any of these people who were beaten arrested that night?
No.
Was this event concealed from other police officers in the precinct?
No, not at all.
Others found out about it?
Sure. I mean, police, they go back to the precinct and they brag about this stuff to other police officers, to their friends. Before you know it, half the people know about it.
Mr. Cawley, were any complaints filed against any of the police officers as a result of that incident?
Not that I'm aware of.
None were filed against you, I gather.
No.
You would be aware of that.
What is the ethnic complexion of that neighborhood where that incident took place, Mr. Cawley?
It's pretty much Spanish and black.
Were there any Spanish or black policemen in your group?
Well, there was one black, she was a female officer, and nobody wanted to work with her, so pretty much she would stay in the precinct during midnights or whenever and answer the telephones, do station house security. And there was, I think, about 2 Hispanics that were in the squad.
As among those officers who went into that building and committed these
Oh, into
various
that building.
assaults that
There
you
was-
just described, that incident that night, were there any black or Hispanic officers among the group of you?
There was no blacks. There was approximately 2 Hispanics.
Did any of the victims of these beatings resist that night?
Well, they didn't swing back at us, if that's what you mean, resist, but I mean, they were covering up. Nobody wants to get hit.
Mr. Cawley, you said this event wasn't concealed from others in the precinct. Do you think that the supervisors in the precinct at some point became aware of this incident?
I'm sure they did, yes. Because supervisors, usually after 4 to 12, which they call them 4 to 4s, because you work 4 to 12, and then you go to the bar from 12 to 4 in the morning until the bar is closed. The sergeants go to the bar. I mean, the sergeants hang out with you. They're just like a regular police officer. They know everything.
So they would have had to have known about
Sure.
this?
Is there some reason that you could tell us or that you believe accounts for there being no complaints for this unprovoked attack on innocent men and women?
Excuse me, was that directed at myself?
Yes, I think so.
Can you
yes.
repeat it? Can you repeat it?
I wondered whether you could tell us how it came about that there were no complaints as a consequence of what, as I understand it, was an unprovoked series of beatings against perfectly innocent men and women.
Well, first of all, to get to the precinct from that location, it's a far walk or a ride. You know, half these people over there are crackheads, drug addicts. They didn't have cars, and plus the people who did have cars, when they came into the precinct to file a report, they got harassed by the police officers working in the precinct.
Is that a common occurrence?
Sure it is.
So, in fact, very few civilian complaints were filed in that precinct.
Yes.
Mr. Coley, you had said that the people who lived in this building and were, as you characterized them, crackheads and drug addicts. Was everyone who you beat that night a crackhead or a drug addict? Or could there have been some innocent people who just happened to live in that building?
Yes, could have been innocent people. If they were walking out of their apartment at that hour of the night, yeah, they could have got dragged into it.
Mr. Coley, you had indicated when you started to tell us about this event that another officer of you, friend of yours, told you that you had to prove yourself that night. Let me ask you, what do you think would have happened to you if you had refused to participate in these beatings that night?
If I didn't participate in those beatings, I would have pretty much been on my own. I wouldn't have been able to partner up with anybody in my squad to ride steady in a police car. Chances are I would have been on a foot post somewhere far away in the wintertime, whatever. And if I needed help, they would say, well, if it comes down to him helping us, he's really not going to do it. So they would take their time coming to help me.
So this was sort of a rite of initiation or a rite of passage for you?
Definitely.
Do you know how there was communication among all the various officers? You said there were about 7 cars that pulled up at the building?
Yes.
Well, do you know, did they use the radios in the car, or do you know what the means of communication was whereby they all agreed to appear at that time at that place?
Well, before we went on patrol that night, they said at such and such a time, we'll meet at this location. But other times, they would say on the radio, meet at Wally World. And that was a location where all the officers used to go and drink. It was a dead-end street, always on the other end of the precinct. So if you heard Wally World, you would drive over there and see what was going on.
Mr. Coley, would you tell the commissioners about an incident which occurred in a building on Webster Avenue in the Bronx when yourself and 2 other officers entered a building with a video camera?
Yes. It was on the corner of 188th Street and Webster Avenue. It's 2427 Jerome Avenue. It's a known narcotics location. They sell crack up in the building. At that day, it was myself and 2 partners. We were driving around in a marked police van, a blue and white van. And they had a handy-cam camcorder in their hands. So they said, let's go into this building. On that building, on the 3rd floor, that's where they sell the crack, in the hallway. So we run into the building with the camcorder. We get up to the 3rd floor. The lookouts didn't spot us running into the building. We catch a few people in the hallway. We line them all up against the wall. And then one of the officers takes the camcorder and he starts like shooting it down the hallway. And as he's shooting it down the hallway, then we start smacking people, beating them up, girls, guys, whoever was there lined up to buy drugs and selling drugs. And then I held the video camera and a police officer grabbed another guy into a headlock and had him bent over. And the other police officer, it was like a joke, acting, you know. He climbs up on the banisters for the railing, so it's probably like he's 4 or 5 feet up in the air. And the other officer's holding the guy in a headlock and he's bent over. The officer jumps off the banister and lands his elbow in the guy's back, you know, like a wrestling move. And we just continue to pass the camera around, slapping people around and stuff like that.
What were you doing with the camera? What was the significance of the camera?
We just took it out on patrol that night just to film things. A lot of cops drive around with regular cameras in their car.
Well, did you film these activities that you just described?
Yeah, I said I was holding the camera filming them in the hallway.
What did you do with the film after it was developed?
The film, it's a video camera. So as soon as you take it, it's on camera already. You can watch it. At that point, we left the building. We went downstairs into the van, and we started driving around, and we were looking through the viewer in the video camera, watching what was going on. We were passing it around. We were all laughing about it. So then the guy who was driving says, let's go over to Jerome Avenue and film some of the prostitutes. So we drove over to Jerome Avenue, and we started calling prostitutes over to the car, to the van. And the prostitutes would come over, and we'd have the video camera, and we'd be telling them, listen, open up your shirt, show us your chest. And they'd be opening up their shirts, and we videotaped it. And then again, we just drove around more. We looked at the video, and then we said, listen, if this videotape gets out, we're dead. So then we drove around videotaping over it to erase it.
Mr. Coley, how many individuals do you think were beaten on this particular night when you were videotaping this?
It's about 10 people.
Had any of these people committed a crime in your presence?
They didn't commit a crime in my presence, but we knew what they were doing. They were up there ready to purchase drugs. There was another guy up there willing to sell them drugs.
Were any of these people who were beaten arrested that night?
No.
Mr. Coley, did you ever conduct beatings at a building on Davidson Avenue in the Bronx where there was a gang known as the Nomads?
Yes, we did.
Could you tell us about some of the activities that took place with respect to the Nomads?
Well, that's the same building we had went to on the first midnight, 1761 Davidson Avenue. It was just like a regular. Everybody in the precinct used to always stop by that building, go in there. It was a motorcycle gang, the Nomads, people sell drugs. It was some people that lived there, normal, legit people. We used to go there all the time, harass people, smack them around, go into the building, find people in the hallway, people that looked like they smoked drugs or were on drugs, and we'd start harassing them and telling them, listen, where are you getting the drugs from, what apartments, stuff like that. And then they would just tell us, any apartment. We didn't check to see if it was a legit apartment or not. We would just go upstairs and just start kicking in the door. Go into the apartment, who's ever in there, we'd smack them around, ask them, where's the drugs, where's the drugs? And then we'd pretty much leave.
This particular building where the Nomads were, this is a location that you and other officers in the precinct hit on a fairly regular basis?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Coley, what did the people who lived in this building think of the police?
They hate the police. You would hate the police too if you lived there.
Mr. Coley, did there come a time when a police officer was injured at this location?
Yes.
Could you please tell the commissioners about that?
It was a female officer and her partner. They were driving, going north on Davidson Avenue, past the building. Just when they were right in front of the building, somebody threw a milk crate off the roof full of cinder blocks. And it landed right, it got the top of the, it got part of the windshield and part of the roof. It caved it in on the driver's side. And the female officer got injured pretty bad.
This police officer who was injured, had she ever participated in any of the beatings which took place at this building?
No, she didn't.
Did this police officer who was injured have a reputation for being a straight and honest cop?
Yes, she did.
Why do you think someone dropped a crate filled with cinder blocks off the roof onto her patrol car?
It was because of all the harassment that we used to bring onto the building, all the people that we used to go in and smack around, the apartment doors that we used to kick in. It was like the people were sick of it already.
It was retaliation.
Definitely.
What did the police officers in the 46th precinct do? Correct that. What did some of the police officers in the 46th precinct do after this event occurred where this police officer was injured?
Pretty much everybody was talking about going back over there for revenge. So it was like whenever we were working, my squad, we would go over there, harass people that were in front of the building, smack them around. And it was the same thing that was going on with all the shifts after that happened. It was like they brought so much pressure on the building by doing that. The officers just kept going by. Every chance they got, they would say, let's stop over there.
Would it be fair to say that the beatings, the frequency of the beatings increased after this incident?
Most definitely.
Can we place in time when this occurred? Approximately when?
I'm not too sure. Sometime in 87, 88.
Mr. Corley, you're saying that after this incident with the police officer was hurt, almost every tour in the precinct took an opportunity to go over to this building and administer beatings. Is that correct?
Yes.
Where were the supervisors at this point? Sounds as if the word has gotten out in the precinct to do this. Was there any supervision around at this point?
Well, pretty much in the 46th precinct, just say on any given 4 to 12, the precinct used to turn out 18 to 22 marked blue and white cars. Then it would turn out maybe 2 or 3 anti-crime cars, unmarked cars. There's only one sergeant, and it's a square mile, and he's going around on patrol to scratch everybody's books. The reason he scratches your book is to say that he's seen you out there and he's covering himself. Pretty much, you get one scratch, and that's it. You really don't see the sergeant. I mean, it's a square mile full of blocks, all different streets. You just don't run into him that much.
You're saying that it was just far too much for one supervisor to handle?
Most definitely.
Mr. Corley, what would you and other officers use to administer beatings to the residents of the 4th Precinct?
We would use different things. We would use our nightstick. Some guys had what's called a mag flashlight. It's like a metal flashlight canister, and it takes 2 D batteries, up to 4 D batteries. It depends what size light you want. People used to hit people with them, and then what people used to use also was what they call sap gloves.
Could you tell us what a sap glove is?
Well, sap glove is black leather gloves, and over the knuckles, they have a pad over the knuckles, and inside that pad is about 1 ounce of lead sand. So when you make a fist with the gloves on, the sand forms to your knuckles and puts like a padding on it. So it's almost like hitting somebody with a roll of quarters inside your hand, but now it's on the outside of your hand and it's protecting your knuckles from getting injured.
Mr. Coley, when you were with the police department, did you own sap gloves?
No, I didn't.
But you did use them?
Yes, I did.
Where would you get the gloves?
Just from different offices in the precinct. If they were going home and I was just starting work, I would borrow them, or I would just ask them, yo, listen, can I use your gloves tonight? They used to give them up.
Did you carry those around routinely every time you went out on the street?
No, just every so often, every once in a while. But some officers carry them all the time.
Mr. Coley, are sap gloves official New York City Police Department equipment?
No, they're not.
Are police officers allowed by the police department to carry sap gloves as part of their equipment?
No, they're not.
Mr. Coley, were your supervisors aware that officers on patrol carried sap gloves with them?
I'm sure they were, because every day before you went out on patrol, you used to have to line up in the muster room for roll call. And at that time, they would tell you where you're working, if you're working a sector car, if you're walking a foot post. And then after that, they used to make us open up ranks, and whoever was turning out roll call that day, sergeant, lieutenant, captain, they used to walk through the ranks and inspect you, tell you you need a haircut, where's your pen holder. And, I mean, most police officers, when they wear SAP gloves, they tuck them in between their two belts. They tuck them in their pants, and they hang them over their pants, and then their gun belt is over them. But, I mean, they're right in plain view. Anybody could see them. So, I mean, whatever supervisor was working that day, he walks right past them.
Mr. Cawley, in a more perfect world, would carrying a SAP glove result in charges by a superior officer? Do you understand the question?
No.
In other words, carrying SAP gloves apparently is not permitted by the department. So if, in fact, an officer saw one, a superior officer or a supervisor, would he be obliged to prefer charges against the officer that was carrying one?
Well, pretty much what the sergeant would do was just tell you take him upstairs and put him in your locker. I mean, the only way that something would happen is if you hit somebody with them and just say you broke their nose and they pursued the issue. I mean, that's a weapon. You assaulted them with a weapon. They're almost like brass knuckles, but they don't cut you like brass knuckles do when they hit you.
Did that ever happen? Did anyone come by and tell Sergeant that somebody in the precinct had used one of these SAP gloves and broken his nose or injured him?
Not that I'm aware of.
And in your view, had that happened, there would have been charges that were preferred against the officer?
I really doubt any criminal charges would have happened. You know, everybody's going to cover for the officer. I mean, if he did it, he came to the precinct, chances are the sergeant or the lieutenant, who's ever on the desk, they're going to really try to, you know, try to jerk the guy off by telling him, you know, oh, listen, give him a story and stuff like that.
What you're saying is the use of such a glove violates departmental regulations. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
Do you know of a single instance where a police officer was charged with such a violation?
No. They usually just tell you, put him in your locker. That's it.
Mr. Coley, were your supervisors aware of what SAP gloves were used for?
Most definite. They've been around for years. They were around when the supervisors were police officers.
And what are they used for?
Oh, the only purpose I see that they're used for is to hit people. I mean, they're black leather gloves. They're not insulated. What's the only purpose for that? I mean, it has the lead sand covering your knuckles. It's only one purpose. It's to hit people.
Were those gloves present in the 4.8 as well as the 4.6?
Most definite. Just, even when I wasn't working, if you see police officers, you always see, just look at their gun belts. Chances are you're going to see SAP gloves hanging over their gun belt. The standard police department gloves are gray insulated gloves. These are black leather gloves. They're not part of the uniform. Then, if the person went through all the aggravation to fill out the complaint report, and if he left, usually after you fill out the complaint report, they tell you, listen, we have to get it typed up now. There's a waiting line for the typing. It's going to be about 3 hours, so sit right there and wait. Half the time, the people would say, 3 hours, you got to be crazy. And they would leave. As soon as they left, he'd crumple it up and throw it right in the garbage.
So that would make it difficult or discourage people from filing a complaint?
Definitely.
Mr. Coley, were you ever called before the Civilian Complaint Review Board?
Yes.
Could you tell us the circumstances surrounding that?
Well, it was the night before Halloween. Myself and my partner, we were driving down Creston Avenue between 183rd and 184th Street. And it was a pretty warm night, so we had the windows of the police car open. And then all of a sudden, like 3 eggs come from the roof, and they hit the side of the police car right where the window goes down. The eggs hit on an angle, and they splashed across myself and my partner. At that time, myself and my partner, we jumped out of the car. We ran into the building. We figured who was ever in the building, we'd catch him on the way down from the roof. So as we're going into the building, about the 3rd floor, we find some kid, about 15 years old. And I don't know if he was nervous because he'd done it, or he was nervous when he seen the police, because people act nervous when you come around. So at that point, myself and my partner, we started, hitting the kid, harassing him, pushing him, slapping him. Then we got into our police car and we left. That night, the kid and his mother went to the 46th precinct and they filled out a civilian complaint review board report.
And were you called before the Civilian Complaint Review Board with respect to this incident?
Yes, I was.
And what happened there?
Well, the reason that they called us, the kid really didn't know who did it. He didn't have a police car number, a badge number. So what CCRB did was they looked on the records and they seen if there was a radio run somewhere in the area where the police would be. So they called myself and my partner down, and they called down 2 other squad cars, partners. And we went down there, and it was pretty fast. We went down, they said, listen, can we have a copy of your memo book report? Give them a copy of our memo book report. Then he asked us, he says, listen, were you on Creston Avenue at any time? And we just told him no. And he says, all right, we'll get back to you. And that was it.
You never heard anything again?
Yeah, we got a paper back a few weeks later saying that the charges were dropped.
And you had lied to the Civilian Complaint Review Board about this incident?
Yes.
Mr. Cawley, would you please describe to the commissioners a series of events which occurred on a July 4th weekend at an address on Walton Avenue in the Bronx?
What year? Yeah.
Mr. Cawley, do you have an idea of what year this is?
I'm not too sure of the year. I think maybe, let me see. 87, 88.
Okay. If you could continue and describe this incident.
Do you remember the Halloween year with the Civilian Complaint Review Board that you've been testifying about, Mr. Cawley?
Probably 88. All right, myself and 2 other partners were assigned to Orchard Beach for the holiday weekend, July 4th. Pretty much, they sent a few police officers from every precinct to go to Orchard Beach for crowd control for the holiday weekend. So myself and my partners were standing over in Orchard Beach on the boardwalk, and we're talking to all the girls, just having a good time. So towards the end of the day, they tell us, listen, we don't need you guys no more. Go back to the precinct. So we had a police van, a blue and white van. So on the way back to the precinct, one of the officers said, listen, let's go over to Walton Avenue, to the whorehouse. Let's see what's going on. So we went over to Walton Avenue, south of Fordham Road. We went into the whorehouse. It's a private house, 2 stories. The 2nd floor is the whorehouse. I'm not sure what's on the 1st floor. But there was like a little iron gate inside the front door on the 1st floor. So we go in through, the front door is open. You're supposed to ring a bell on the iron gate, and they buzz you in from upstairs. We kicked the iron gate. It's had a cheap lock on it. We go upstairs. The people upstairs heard the commotion of the gate being kicked. So they open up the door, and as they open up the door, we were walking up the stairs. We pushed our way into the apartment. We told all the people that were in the living room, a few ladies and a man, we told them sit on the couch. Then we went to the bedrooms. There was 3 bedrooms. We went to each bedroom, kicked open the door. There was guys in there with prostitutes having sex. Told them, listen, get dressed, all of yous. Brought them out into the living room. When they were in the living room, we told all the guys to leave. We sent them all out of there. So then a few of the officers that I was with, the other 2 officers, one of the officers grabs a lady. He tells us, listen, I'm going in the back room to get laid. Takes the prostitute, he goes to the back room. So at that time, my other partner took a lady, went into another bedroom. I took another prostitute and went into another bedroom.
If I could stop you for 1 second.
Sure.
Were these women afraid?
Yeah, they were terrified. They didn't know what was happening. They didn't know if they were getting arrested or what. So when we took them into the bedroom, they really didn't speak English that good, and all they seen was police. They were scared. Took them into the bedroom, telling them, listen, don't worry, police, it's okay, it's okay. And then after we calmed the ladies down, we had sex with them.
And then you left the location?
Yes.
Did you ever tell anyone in the precinct about this event?
Yes, I told a friend of mine, the guy, when I first got to the precinct, told me they were going to test me that night. I had told him about it, and he went and he told the PBA delegate, because he was in the PBA delegate squad. He just told him to tell him, he thought it was great what happened. But then when he told the PBA delegate got all nervous. He's like, listen, if these guys are going there and people start finding out about it, it's going to be a regular thing. Because that's the way cops are. They're a bunch of followers. So if they heard that we got it, we went there, they were going to start going there, pushing up on them, maybe extorting them, I don't know. So the PBA delegate, he went and he told the precinct captain. He's like, listen, you got to do something about this place because, first of all, it's the only whorehouse in the precinct. And second of all, it's going to be trouble. He didn't say what happened with us there, but he just told him you have to do something about it because it's going to be bad.
And what did the captain do?
The captain got himself and a few other guys, and they went and they raided the place. I don't know what happened after that.
To your knowledge, the PBA delegate did not tell the captain about the events which you just described in that July 4th
No, he
weekend.
didn't.
The material I have suggests, Mr. Byrne, that this was 1990. Does that refresh your recollection at all?
1990?
That's what I have. I'm interested in knowing whether or not you share that view.
No. It couldn't be 1990 because I got arrested by alcohol, tobacco, and firearms in October of 1990. And prior to that, I was on desk duty. So if anything, it had to be before then.
All right. Well, I'm just anxious to be sure we have the date as close as we can get it.
Mr. Coley, how often did you administer beatings to residents of the 46th precinct?
It was pretty much a daily thing.
And to your knowledge, how many police officers from the 46th precinct, when you were assigned there, participated in the beating of the residents of the precinct?
Say about 10% of the precinct, which is probably 30, 35 cops.
Mr. Coley, how long were you assigned to the 46th precinct?
Approximately 2.5 years.
And in that 2.5-year period, how many individuals do you think you administered beatings to in the 46th precinct?
Approximately 300 to 400 people.
Mr. Mr. Coley, weren't you ever afraid of getting caught at doing this?
No, who's going to catch us? We're the police. I mean, we're in charge.
Were you ever afraid that one of your fellow officers might turn you in?
Never.
Why not?
Because it was the blue wall of silence. Cops don't tell on cops. And if they did tell on, if a cop decided to tell on me, his career is ruined. He's going to be labeled as a rat. So if he's got 15 more years to go on the job, he's going to be miserable because it follows you wherever you go. And he could be in a precinct, he's going to have nobody to work with. And chances are, if it comes down to it, they're going to let him get hurt.
So there's a certain fear factor in not reporting this type of activity.
Yes.
Mr. Coley, did there come a time when you were assigned to a specialized unit in the 46th Precinct?
Yes.
What was that unit?
The unit, it was called BAND. It stood for Bronx Anti-Narcotics Drive.
Could you explain to the commissioners the purpose and functions of this unit, which for the purposes of your testimony we will refer to as BAND?
Well, the function of the unit was just to control drugs, all drug jobs. The reason for BAND was to take all the drug jobs from the guys in patrol. Instead of having them go and answering drug jobs and family disputes and stuff like that, they had the BAND unit that was strictly drugs. Whenever a drug job came over the radio, BAND would take it. And what it was different locations in the precinct that had heavy narcotics activity. What they used to do was they would put maybe 1 or 2 BAND police officers on foot to stand around, give a police presence, try to, steer people away from buying or selling drugs.
Did you ask to be transferred into this unit?
Yes, I did.
Why did you ask to be transferred into the unit?
Well, my partner who I was working with on patrol, he was pretty much a straight guy. He wouldn't take money or anything like that. So one day I was at my locker and I was changing clothes, and 2 police officers that are in BAND came up to me, and they come over and they had a bag in their hand, and they said, "Listen, buddy," because I was tight with them. I used to work out with them and stuff. So I was tight with them. They came over to me with a bag, brown paper bag. They said, "Listen, buddy, look at this." They opened up the bag. It was full of money. They said, "You got to come to BAND." So I was like, right then I started seeing dollar signs. I got greedy. I went down and I asked to be transferred to BAND.
And you were transferred in?
Yeah, because I had good activity.
To your knowledge at this time, how were these police officers making this money?
They were robbing it.
Who were they robbing?
They were robbing drug dealers.
Mr. Coley, was it a common practice of some members of the 46th Precinct BAND unit, including yourself, to break into apartments which were suspected drug locations?
Yes.
Why did you do this?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the last question?
Was it a common practice of some members of the 46th Precinct BAND unit, including yourself, to break into apartments which were suspected drug locations?
Yes.
Why would you break into these apartments?
We would break into it for money, for drugs, whatever was in there.
Did this practice become known as doing doors?
Yes, it did.
And this would be done while you were on duty and in uniform?
Yes.
Mr. Coley, how would you actually gain entry to an apartment?
We would just kick the doors in. Just keep kicking the door. If you have to kick it 20 times, it's going to go down.
Mr. Coley, at any time that you kicked a door in and entered an apartment, did you ever have a search warrant?
Never.
Mr. Coley, in your entire career with the New York City Police Department, did you ever execute a search warrant?
No.
Mr. Coley, if you went into an apartment and found money in that apartment, what would you do with it?
We would keep it and split it up.
Amongst the officers who had entered the apartment?
Yes.
Mr. Coley, if you went into an apartment and found drugs, what would you do with it?
We would take the drugs. Either, it depends how much drugs it was. Sometimes we'd have to go back to the precinct, put it in the trunk of one of our personal cars, or we would just hold it on us till the end of the night. And then there was a police officer in the precinct who used to buy anything that we can get.
So you would keep the drugs and sell it to this police officer?
Right.
If you went into an apartment and found guns, what would you do with those?
We would sell them to the same police officer, or another one of my partners, he would sell them also.
And you would be going into these locations in uniform while on duty?
Yes.
How would you gain entry to these buildings without being noticed?
Well, it depends. If we were in a marked police car, we used to turn the corner fast, drive right up to the spot, run in. If we were on foot post, we weren't supposed to leave our foot post, so we would stay on our foot post. When the sergeant came, he would give us a scratch. He would sign our book saying that he'd seen us on that foot post. As soon as he gave us a scratch, we used to go to like the nearest corner or like a busy intersection. We used to stand there, and when we seen livery cabs coming down the street, we would pull them over. When they pulled over, if they had tinted windows, then we'd go up to them. We'd say, listen, you have your license, registration, insurance? Half the times they don't have something. If they have that, we make up something else. Oh, you have no license plate on the front, your windows are too dark. We'd say, listen, we're not going to give you a ticket, but we need a favor. And they'd be, all right, what do you need? We need you to drive us over here. Sometimes we'd have them drive us around for 15 minutes, a half hour. We'd go around, find out where we're going to hit. We'd have the livery cab pull up in front of the place, double park. So now we have tinted windows on the car, so we could just sit there and just wait. As soon as the perfect opportunity comes, we jump right out of the cab, right into the building.
Mr. Coley, how often were you involved in this practice of kicking in doors and stealing drugs, money, guns, and other contraband?
How many times a day, you said, or how many times?
How often? What time period are we talking about here? Was it 6 months, a year?
About a year and a half. About a year and a half.
And during this year and a half, in any given week, how many times would you engage in this practice of kicking in doors?
It depends. Basically, when we were kicking doors, we used to average about 5 doors a night. And then we used to do that every night, but we might hit the same apartment 3 times that week, 3 different nights, you know.
Mr. Coley, did you ever make any arrests when you did any of those things?
During my last year and a half?
Yes.
No.
At that period of time.
No.
Were you ever questioned by your supervisors as to why you did not make arrests?
Never. They didn't even know we were going in there kicking indoors. They had no clue what was going on.
So, Mr. Coley, was there ever an occasion where you kick in a door and make an arrest?
In the beginning, yeah. Before I had went to the band unit, yes.
Would you be the arresting officer in those instances?
Excuse me?
When you made the arrest before the year, that year and a half you're talking about, you said you used to make arrests, is that correct?
Sometimes, yeah.
When you did, I assume you were listed as the arresting officer?
Myself or my partner, yeah.
When you did so, would you make out a complaint?
Yes, it's part of the arrest paperwork.
Did you ever have to go to court and testify in those cases?
Yes.
When you testified in those cases, did you ever testify truthfully or untruthfully?
Basically, if we made an arrest in an apartment, we would lie at court. You can't tell them the truth because you're not supposed to be there without a warrant.
Well, that's what I thought.
So in those instances where you did make arrests, you would lie about the facts of that arrest in order to cover yourself for being in an apartment without a search warrant?
Yeah, basically, if we made arrests in the apartment, we would say different things. Like one thing we would say was hot pursuit. We seen the guy going into the building with a bag. We chased him up the stairs. He went into an apartment. We went in right after him. That's hot pursuit. Another time what we would do was we'd kick in an apartment, and if we were gonna arrest the people in the apartment, just say if we found guns or whatever, we would tell another police officer, listen, go down the block. We'd have everybody handcuffed, sitting down already. We tell the other officer, listen, go down the block, call 911, tell them such and such a location, such and such an apartment, you heard shots fired, you hear people screaming. We'd be sitting in the apartment, then all of a sudden we hear the beeping on the radio. When it's like an emergency call, the radio goes beep, 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 and then it says in the 4-6, shots fired. And we'd be sitting there. And then we'd give it probably like 30 to 40 seconds because cars respond fast in the 4-6 because there's so many cars, so little territory. Then after like 40 seconds, we'd scream on the radio like like our adrenaline was pumping. Central, we're 84, we're on the scene. Slow the units down, no further. And then we'd take them out, and then we'd make up a story.
And in fact, you'd just been sitting in the apartment for quite some time.
Yeah, sometimes we used to sit there and the TV would be on, we'd just sit there and wait till we heard the radio.
Mr. Coley, how often did you lie about the facts of an arrest?
A lot.
More than half? Less than half?
Say about half.
Half the time. Mr. Coley, did you ever lie before a grand jury regarding the facts surrounding an arrest?
Yes.
How often did you do that?
Less than 25% of the time. Maybe 20% of the time. Not every case that you make an arrest on goes to the grand jury.
Understood.
You know if people went to jail as a result of your testimony?
Not that I know of.
They didn't?
Well, I really never went to trials. I imagine some people copped out before I knew. I don't know.
Did you ever testify at a trial?
Yeah.
How many times, approximately?
Once or twice.
What was the result of those trials?
There was a murder trial, and he got acquitted.
Mr. Coley, to your knowledge, was lying about the facts surrounding an arrest a common practice among police officers in the 46th Precinct?
Yes.
Were there things that a police officer might do to enhance an arrest that had been made?
Yeah, definitely.
Could you tell us some of those things?
Basically, what a police officer wants He wants medals because they look good on his uniform. So what he would do is if he caught somebody with a gun, if the guy had an empty gun, what he would do, a lot of aggressive cops, they carry a little baggie in their pocket, and they have all different types of bullets. So if a guy gets caught with an empty gun, it's only a misdemeanor. What he would do is he'd load it up for him, charge him with the felony. Then he would write it up to get a medal out of it. Other things that they used to do is if you catch somebody and they only have like a little coke on them, just say maybe they have a ½ ounce, and you want to enhance it and you want to, make it look like you made a good arrest, you'd stop by the bodega on the way to the precinct. You pick up a thing of Arm & Hammer baking soda, and you just dump it in. Mix it up. So now when it goes to the police lab, it might go down there as 5 ounces instead of a ½ ounce. All the police lab does is just take a little sample out, they test it. If it tests positive, they charge you with the 5 ounces.
Mr. Coley, did you ever kick in the door of an apartment and discover it was not a drug location?
Yes.
What would you tell the occupants of that apartment?
Well, if the people were home, we used to, tell them, listen, it was a mistake. We thought there was a burglary here. Somebody seen somebody go into your apartment. We'd make up stories. They didn't know we were doing it to rob them. They thought we were doing it out of police work. Then we go down and we talk to the super. And we tell them, listen, we kicked in this door by mistake. The people are home. You think you can fix it? The super's not going to think the police are going to lie to him. He's going to go out of his way and fix it for the people.
When a police officer takes money, drugs, guns, or other valuables from a location and keeps it for himself, is this commonly referred to as a score?
Yes.
Mr. Coley, would you please tell the commissioners about what you consider to be your biggest score?
All right. I had an informant. His name was Jose. He owed myself and my partner. He owed myself and somebody else a favor. So one day I seen him. He was driving around in an old car with phony plates on the car and stuff. So I go up to him. I said, listen, Jose, what's the story? I said, you owe us one. What are you going to do? So he says, listen, I got something for you. I am with the door, and we hear movement inside the apartment. So he said, this is probably it. So we start kicking the door, and the door was strong. It wasn't going in. So as we're kicking the door, I hear like a rumble in the apartment, and then I hear a big bang. Mostly drug apartments on the fire escape, they'll put plywood with bolts into the wall to prevent people from coming in the fire escape window. So I heard a big bang, and I told my partner, I said, listen, I said, it sounds like they went out the fire escape. So he says, all right, so we kicked the door a few more times. It's better if the person wasn't in the apartment.
Why is that?
Because if he's in the apartment, he could say you robbed him. If he's not in the apartment, he doesn't know what you did with the stuff. He don't know if you turned it in. He don't know if you flushed it down the toilet. He don't know if you kept it for yourself. It was always better to let them go. So we kicked the door a few more times. Then we ran up the 2 stories to the roof. We go over to the ladder going down the fire escape, and we could see the guy running through the lot. Like he just jumped off the fire escape, he was running through the lot. So he was gone. At that time, myself and my partner, we climbed down the fire escape. We went into the apartment. The fire escape was in the bedroom. So we went in through the bedroom window. It was an empty apartment. So we walked through a little hallway where the bathroom is, and it leads you right into the living room. As we go into the living room, right over to your left, there was like a desk right by the windows, and it had piles of cocaine on it. On newspaper, it was like open, and then there was a full kilo. So my partner, he goes over, and he just grabs his hand, and he starts like scooping it into a baggie. So I told my partner, I said, listen, I said, don't get that stuff on your hands. It might seep in through your hands. Now you'll have cocaine in your system. If you test, you're going to test positive. So he says, all right. So he starts getting the newspaper, and he pours it into the baggies. As he's doing that, I go and I look in the closet. And in the closet, on the top shelf, I found a MAC-10. It's a semi-automatic machine gun. It holds a clip with 30 rounds. It can be converted to an automatic. I find that in the closet. Then I find a green garbage bag in the closet. I look into the bag, and there's money in there, all in rubber bands and stuff like that. And then in the back of the closet was a .22 rifle. So I yell to my partner, I said, yo, check this out. So he says, all right, let's get out of here. At that time, we had all the coke bagged up. We took the coke, we put it into the garbage bag with the gun and the money. We tied the garbage bag up, and now he says he wanted the rifle for himself. It was a .22 rifle. So we left that outside the garbage bag. So I told him, I said, listen, I said, our van's parked in front of the building. I says, we can't go out the front door with this stuff. I said, let me bring the van around the back. This way, it's quiet street. We could just walk right in the van with the stuff.
Excuse me, this is a marked police department van?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I go around, I go up the roof, I go out the front door, I get in the van, I drive it around the corner, and then I go over to the fire escape and I yell to my partner. He starts coming down the fire escape with the garbage bag in one hand and the rifle in the other hand. He gets to the first floor, he throws the rifle down to me, I catch the rifle, then he throws the garbage bag down with the guns, the drugs, and the money. I catch that. He climbs down off the fire escape. Now we get into the van.
If I could just stop you for 1 second, I just want to sort of get the mental, the image here. This is, your partner is in uniform at this point.
Right.
He's climbing down the fire escape with a green garbage bag filled with cocaine and money and a MAC-10. And
Well, the MAC-10's in the bag.
It's in the bag.
Right.
And in the other hand, he's holding a rifle.
Right.
And he climbs down the fire escape and gives it to you, and then jumps off the fire escape.
Right.
Okay.
So now we get into the van, and we say to ourselves, what are we going to do with this now? It's too much. We can't go back to the precinct with this stuff and put it in our car. So we get caught with it, we're dead. So I told him, I said, well, listen, I said, I know a friend that's home that we could drop it off. So we went to the phone, I called up my friend, I told him, I said, listen, I said, we just got some stuff, I said, I got to drop it off. I said, are you going to be home? He says, yeah. I said, well, listen, I said, I'll be there in 10 minutes, you got to be outside, because it's 2 precincts over. I have to drive through another precinct and then into the other precinct to drop the stuff off. So myself and my partner, going over towards my friend's house, there's a hospital over that way. So I told my partner, I said, well, this is what we'll do. We'll call Central, that's the radio dispatcher, and I said, we'll tell her we just picked up an old lady who's sick and we got to drive her to the hospital. So we call Central, we tell her, listen, we just picked up an 80 case, we're going to drive her over to Jacoby Hospital. She says, all right. As we're going over towards the hospital, going towards my friend's house, we drop by my friend's house, we drop the garbage bag off and the gun, he's standing outside, he goes inside with it. Then we cruise back to the precinct slow, and we tell the radio dispatcher, we dropped the lady off at the hospital, we're going back to the precinct. So at that time, we went back to the precinct, and we asked if we could take lost time.
What is that? What does that mean, you took lost time?
Lost time is, you want to go home early, you got to put in a slip. You know, I want 3 hours off, it's lost time. So we go, after we take lost time, we get into his car, and we said, listen, we got to get a scale now because we got to split this stuff up. So we drive over to a bodega on 176th Street and Jerome Avenue, and we buy what's called a triple beam scale. That's what they weigh large quantities of cocaine on. We pay $95 for the scale. This time we go over to my friend's house. We pick up the garbage bag and the rifle. So I said, let's go back to my house. We'll weigh everything up, count it out, and we'll split it up. So we pick up the bag, we drive back to my house. We weighed everything up. It came out to about 2 kilos of cocaine. And then we counted up the cash. It came out over 16,000 cash. So I told my partner, I said, listen, we got to take care of the person who I dropped the stuff off at his house. So my partner says, all right, listen, there's a lot of singles, let's just give them to them. So I said, all right, it was over $500 in $1 bills. So we gave him that for letting him keep the stuff at his house.
And you and your partner split the $16,000?
Right.
What did you do with the cocaine?
I had given it to a police officer at my precinct to sell for me.
How much, what were the proceeds of that sale? How much did you get for that?
Well, I just got $8,000 out of it. I don't know what he had sold it for.
What did you do with the guns, Mac 10 and rifles?
Well, my partner wanted to keep the rifle for himself. And the Mac 10 he held on to. We didn't sell that right away.
When you say he didn't sell it right away, did he ultimately sell it?
Yes.
To what kind of person did he sell it? If you know.
All right. We had went back to that same apartment a few days later. And in that apartment, we found an Uzi, which is almost the same as a Mac 10. It's a 30-round semi-automatic gun. My partner at that time had sold both of these guns to a guy who moves anything you can get. It was his connection upstate. He sold the two guns to him for $1,000.
Well, as you know, he might have sold it to some other criminal after that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Coley, this person who you referred to, who the guns were sold to your knowledge, was that person ultimately arrested?
Yes, he was.
Are you aware of the charges that that person was arrested for?
Yes. He got arrested by the feds for RICO, kidnapping, and murder.
Getting back to this location at 1800 University Avenue where you made your big score, Mr. Coley, was this the only time you would make a score at this particular location?
No.
How often would you go to this location?
We would stop by there every night.
In order to make a score to hit the place?
Right.
Mr. Corley, you had mentioned when you were testifying about the events surrounding your big score, as you called it, that you were given the information about the 2 kilos and the cash by an informant by the name of Jose. Is that correct?
Yes.
Could you tell us about how you developed your relationship with this informant, Jose?
Well, we were, let me see. All right, we knew of an apartment at 54 West 174th Street that used to sell cocaine. So one day, myself and about 5 other police officers wanted to go and raid that apartment. It was a small hallway, so if the people looked out the door, they could see because nobody could stand to either side of the door. It was like the only door at the end of this hallway. So I went and I crouched down underneath the peek hole, and my partner's hid down by the stairs. I heard the guy open up the peek hole to let somebody out. At that time, as soon as he opened up the door, I crashed in with my gun out, started hitting people, making them all lay on the floor. At that time, my partners came in. In the apartment that day, they found 2 guns and they found some cocaine. So Jose was there, and Jose kept begging me, please, don't arrest me, don't arrest me. So I says, all right. I said, I'll let you go. So I opened up the door and I let Jose leave. So then a few days later, I go to another drug spot. I think it was 1770 Andrews Avenue, and we kick in another apartment door, and Jose's in that apartment again. So I told Jose, listen, he starts begging me again. So I said, all right, listen, I gave you a break last time. I said, this is the last break. I let Jose go again. About another week later, I go back to 54 West 174th Street, kick in the apartment door. Jose's there with a friend. So I was like, listen, this is it. He said, I'm arresting you. In that apartment, we found a few ounces of cocaine. So we didn't want to say we arrested him in the apartment because we had no right being there. So we took Jose and his partner. We arrested him. We went and we told the story as we were passing by the building, we seen Jose and his friend standing at the building in the doorway. When they seen us, all we seen was a brown paper bag hit the floor. We jump out of the car, we grab the paper bag, we chase them, we find them, we arrest them, open up the paper bag, it's a few ounces of cocaine. So we arrest them.
So you've lied about the circumstances, the facts surrounding Jose's arrest.
Right. So now, it's about a week or 2 weeks later, and we got to go now and present the case to the grand jury. So I'm standing outside the courtrooms downstairs in the courthouse, and I bump into Jose, and he comes over and he starts begging to me. He's like, listen, he goes, they're going to offer me 4 to life. He goes, I can't do this. He goes, I'm old. You got to do something for me. You got to help me. So I told him, I said, listen, I said, one hand washes the other. If I'm going to help you, you got to help me. He says, well, what do you want? I says, I want money. He goes, you got it. If you help me, I'll set you up with some spots. I said, all right. So I talked to my partner. He was the one that was going into the grand jury. I said, listen, I says, this guy Jose, he's going to do things for us. I said, you got to get him off. So my partner says, all right. So he went into the grand jury, and he said that he seen the other guy standing in front of the building, seen him drop the bag. So they indicted him, they let Jose go.
So your partner changed the lie from the original lie about the circumstances surrounding the arrest to a different lie in front of the grand jury so that Jose could walk away.
And be our informant, yes.
What kind of information did Jose provide to you, Mr. Cawley?
Well, Jose gave us information on different drug apartments, where the drugs were, who was selling it, stuff like that. Jose's the one who told us the information on that one I just spoke about.
About the big score?
Right.
Did you use the information that Jose provided to you to make arrests?
No.
What did you use the information for?
For our own profit.
Did Jose tell you about an apartment, another apartment at 1800 University Avenue, which you made a score at?
Yeah, he had told us 1800 University is divided up into 3 buildings, the right, the left, the center. He had told us, he goes, if you go into the center building, he goes, go up to the first floor, make a right, he goes, it's the door on your left. He goes, that's where they keep this stuff for one of the spots. He goes, that's where they cut it up and package it, and they bring it next door to the other apartment. So myself and my partner, we pull up to the building, we go in, and Jose's standing in the hallway, and he's acting like he's the super's helper. When you go into any building, everybody in there is the super's helper. Jose's standing there with a broom. I'm the super's helper. You know, he knows who we are. He's just playing it off. So we go into the building, we push Jose, we smack him, and then he starts pointing. That's the door. Go over to the door, kick the door in. Go check out the apartment. It's an empty apartment. But when I had went into the back room, I had seen a little desk with some cocaine in the scale. So I come back outside, and I tell Jose, we get him, myself and my partner, and we drag him in the apartment, you know, like we're harassing him and stuff. We drag him into the apartment. We barricade the apartment door. So Jose tells me, he says, listen, he goes, the stuff's here. It's in the floor somewhere. You got to find it. And basically, all apartments have hardwood floors, and most of the drug apartments, what they do is they get those square stick-on tiles, those wax tiles, and that's what they do. They tile their whole apartment with that. But one tile, they pick it up and they cut a hole in the floor, and they stick the tile on it. So now if you just look at it, it's a regular floor. You got to try every tile. So at that time, we went into the bedroom, my partner, myself, and Jose. We said, we got to try every tile. So we give Jose a knife. I took a knife, my partner took a knife, and we got on our hands and our knees, And we tried every tile in the apartment.
Let me just stop you for 1 second there. You're on duty when you're doing this?
Yeah,
And you're in uniform?
yes,
It's you and your partner and Jose down on your hands and knees in this apartment,
yes.
peeling away every tile until you find the stank?
Yeah, we're just trying the corners. If it's stuck hard, you know that's not the one. As soon as you get the tile, that's the one. It comes right up.
Okay, continue, please.
So in the bedroom, we found the tile in the floor. Pick up the tile, put our hand in the floorboard. We come out with some cocaine. It's about 5 ounces of cocaine. So now we're about to leave the apartment, and I look at the floor in the living room. It's got the same tiles as the floor in the bedroom. So I tell him, yo, we can't go. There's got to be another hole in here. So at that point, we get on our hands and knees again, and we try every tile. Over by the window, we hit. We got a hole in the floor. In that tile, we found a .38 caliber revolver, and we found some cash. Probably about $2,500 worth of cash. So now, we're about to leave. So we said, you know, we just can't leave Jose here now. We have to clean out the apartment. How's he going to lie to them? So we told Jose, listen, we're going to make like we're arresting you. So there was a jacket in the apartment, a nice 3/4 leather jacket, goose down. Told Jose to put on the jacket. We handcuffed him behind his back. Then we put the money, the drugs, and the gun on him. And we walked him out, and we put him into the back of the police car. I sat in the back of the police car with him, just like a regular arrest. We're driving as if we're going to the precinct. We keep watching behind us. There's no cars following us. When the time was right, we made a turn off, and we drove to an isolated area over by the Harlem River, right where Metro North is. No cars come down there or nothing. So we pull up over there with Jose. The river's like 5 feet away from us. So we take Jose out of the car, and we take the stuff out of his pockets. And Jose's starting to get real scared. You know, what are you doing to me? What are you doing? He thought we were going to kill him and throw him in the water. So I told him, after we take the stuff out of Jose, take the handcuffs off of him. Now he's happy. And we take the handcuffs off of him. Then we divide up the money right there. And Jose's
3 ways, 2 ways?
Excuse me? 3 ways. Even cut for everybody. So after we divide up the money, Jose keeps begging me, let me have the gun, let me have the gun. So I was like, no, I'm not giving it to you. But he's like, listen, you promised me, you have to give it to me. So I said, all right, listen. I said, I'll give you the gun, but I said, I'll take the bullets. I said, you're not driving in the back of the cop car with the gun loaded. You know, I don't know what he's gonna do now. So we take the cocaine. We had tape in the car. We taped the cocaine up nice and tight. So now we say to Jose, listen, you can't go back around the area. He's like, but I live over there. What am I going to do? So we said,
Let me just
listen.
interrupt you for 1 second. Why can't Jose go back to the neighborhood?
Because now they think he's arrested. He just can't walk around 3 hours later with money in his pocket. So we drive him. I said, listen, I know a hotel I could drive you to on Fordham and Katona Avenue. We put him in the car. We drive to Fordham and Katona Avenue. We each chip in a few dollars. We get him the room for 2 nights. Then myself and my partner, we go back to the precinct, take lost time again. We go back over to 176th Street and Jerome Avenue. We buy another scale for $95. We drive over to the hotel. Jose's sitting there. We go in there, we weigh up the cocaine. We weigh it up, we cut it up 3 ways, even split for everybody. And then we leave Jose. I told Jose, listen, I got court tomorrow. When I'm down in court, I'll try to find you some documents where you could show these people the documents and they'll believe that you were arrested. Where are you going to get them if you weren't arrested? So I went down to court the next day. I was in uniform. I went into the arraignment part of court, and there was a court officer there. So I asked the court officer, I said, listen, if somebody gets arrested, what kind of paperwork do you give them when they go out? So he says, I give them this. It was like a blue legal document. So I said, listen, can I have some? So he gave me about 10 of them. I went back to the precinct that night. It was about 3 in the afternoon. filled out the paperwork, drove over to the hotel, met Jose, and gave him the paperwork.
Mr. Coley, how much time did this all take?
Between in the apartment to lost time,
That's right.
about an hour.
An hour?
Yeah.
I know I've asked you this question before, but where were your supervisors during this time?
It's only one supervisor. He's anyway. He could be back at the precinct watching TV. He could be out on patrol. Nobody knows.
And you had no concern about him catching you doing this?
No, not at all.
Mr. Coley, did Jose provide you with other locations as well?
Yes, he did.
Did he provide you with a location at Davidson Avenue and Evelyn Place?
Yes.
What kind of a score did you make at that location?
Well, see, I told Jose that we were paying too much attention to one area around Tremont University Avenue. So I told Jose, listen, you got to find other places because it's getting too hot over there. One of the drug dealers had put a contract on me for $10,000. So Jose tells me, listen, one of my brother-in-laws, he works at a coke spot on Evelyn Place and Davison Avenue. He goes, I could set that up for us. So I said, all right. So a few days later, Jose's at Evelyn Place and Davison Avenue hanging out with his brother-in-law. We go there, myself and my partner. It's a block outside of our precinct. It's one block into the 52nd precinct. Jose tells us the apartment. Myself and my partner, we go into the building. We kick in the apartment. In the apartment, we don't find too much. We find like a half ounce of cocaine and maybe $1,000. So Jose tells us, he goes, listen, he goes, I could use the cocaine because I could cook it up and sell it for crack. I can make more money. So myself and my partner were like, well, it's better that way. This way we don't have to do nothing with it. We'll give it to him. So we let him keep the half ounce of cocaine, and then we split the money. Myself and my partner, we each took like 400. We gave Jose like 200 because he took the cocaine with it.
Mr. Coley, could you tell us how often during a typical work week in the 46th precinct would you, along with other police officers, kick in apartment doors?
How many times a day or how many times?
How many times during a week? How many times a day?
The average was like five doors a day, and even more. Depends. We always always had like certain spots we always hit. Every day we go like hit this building, hit that building.
To your knowledge, Mr. Coley, how many police officers in the 46th precinct, when you were assigned there, were engaged in this practice of kicking in apartment doors and conducting warrantless searches?
About 30 to 40 around there.
And Mr. Coley, when you kicked in an apartment door, how often did you take money, drugs, guns, or other contraband that was in the apartment?
Every chance I had.
Mr. Coley, what tours did you work when you engaged in this activity?
Basically, we worked 4 to 12s and midnights.
What did you do in your day tours?
Well, day tours were pretty much for police work. We used to go out, we used to get our activity. We used to get the 25 parking tickets. We used to sit on red lights, give out the 3 red lights for the month, the 7 movers.
Do what you might consider real police work?
Yes.
Mr. Coley, during your testimony, you've referred to...
Excuse me, were those quotas?
Yes, they were.
And who gave you those quotas?
Well, the police department says there's no quotas, but if you don't give them their 25 parkers and their 10 movers with their 3 red lights, when it comes to time to get a detail, like OCCB, anything like that, Bronx sex crimes, they look at your activity report. They say, listen, you haven't been doing no activity, you don't get nothing. If you go out and you give 10 to 12 red lights a month, they love you. They'll do anything for you because you're bringing in money.
Mr. Corley, during your testimony this afternoon, you referred to your partner a number of times.
Mr. Burns, can I say one more thing?
Sure.
In the precinct, if you want overtime, what they'll tell you is, listen, we'll give you 8 hours overtime. You got to come in and do red lights. We want 10, 12 red lights. And that's it. They'll put you in a car by yourself. You go out there, you sit on a red light, and you just give them their 10 to 12. If you finish by 12 o'clock in the afternoon, you can go upstairs and watch TV the rest of the day. They're happy.
Are those legitimate red lights or just red lights?
Depends. I've seen people up in the TV room, sitting down, just making names out of nowhere. You know, putting down a license plate. They'll just start making up numbers, and then they'll put temporary Pennsylvania, and they'll write you out a steady red light. They'll write you out no registration. They'll bang out all their summonses like that. Same thing with parking tickets.
Mr. Corley, during your testimony this afternoon, you've referred to your partner a number of times when telling us about specific events. Is this always the same person you're referring to, or are these a number of police officers who were your partners during a number of these different events?
No, it's all different police officers. See, if they put two guys out in a marked police car, if one of them make an arrest, instead of putting that car out of service, they'll tell you which guy you want on a foot post. You look at the list, you see who's good, you know who's down, you get them.
Mr. Corley, you were arrested by officers of the Internal Affairs Division and agents of the Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms in October of 1990. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were arrested with another police officer from the 46th Precinct. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Corley, did there come a time in early 1991 when you decided to cooperate with investigators from the Internal Affairs Division of the New York City Police Department and
Yes.
provide them with information regarding the criminal activities of yourself and others in the 46th Precinct?
Yes.
At that time, Mr. Corley, did you tell investigators from the Internal Affairs Division about the apartment at 1800 University Avenue where you made your big score of 2 kilos and $16,000 in cash and 2 guns?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell investigators from the Internal Affairs Division that this location was hit frequently by various police officers from the 46th Precinct?
Yes.
Mr. Corley, did you give investigators from the Internal Affairs Division the name of the drug dealer who occupied that specific apartment at 1800 University Avenue?
Yes, I did.
To your knowledge, Mr. Corley, did investigators from the Internal Affairs Division ever attempt to contact this individual?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Mr. Chairman, I have in my possession a document which I have deemed marked as Commission's Banned Exhibit Number 1. Is an investigating officer's report from the Internal Affairs Division of the New York City Police Department dated December 27th, 1990. This is a debriefing report of Mr. Corley, in which Mr. Corley provided the Internal Affairs Division with the names of 4 police officers who he alleged were involved with stealing drugs and money from this particular drug dealer at this specific apartment at 1800 University Avenue. Investigators from this commission, Mr. Chairman, have determined that 3 of these 4 police officers are still on the job today.
Does the record indicate what?
Mr. Chairman, I'd also like to inform you that investigators from this commission, based upon the information which was found in these Internal Affairs Division reports, were able to locate this individual drug dealer who occupied this apartment. And he was interviewed and has corroborated the events which Mr. Cawley testified to here today. Mr. Cawley, when you cooperated with the Internal Affairs Division, did you make them aware of your relationship with your informant, Jose?
Yeah, I even gave him Jose's home phone number.
How long ago was that?
That was after I got arrested in 90. Probably early 91.
To your knowledge, Mr. Cawley, did the Internal Affairs Division ever contact Jose?
Not at all, no.
Is that also your understanding from your interview, Mr. Burns?
Yes, that's true. To your knowledge, Mr. Cawley, do you believe that Jose would have been of value to the Internal Affairs Division in expanding their investigation of the 46th Precinct?
Yes, I had spoken to Jose a while ago, and Jose had told me after I had gotten arrested, fellow police officers from the 46th Precinct approached him on trying to make him their informant to make scores themselves.
So they wanted Jose to provide them with information so they could steal drugs, money, guns, etc.
Correct.
But the Internal Affairs Division never contacted Jose, as far as you know?
No.
Mr. Chairman, I have in my possession a document which I've deemed marked as Commission's Banned Exhibit Number 2. It's an investigating officer's report of the Internal Affairs Division of the New York City Police Department, dated February 6, 1991. This report, among other items, makes reference to Mr. Cawley having lied so that Jose's drug charges could be dropped, and the fact that Jose was Mr. Cawley's informant. Mr. Chairman, investigators from this commission have located this gentleman, Jose, and have interviewed him. This Jose has corroborated everything that Mr. Cawley has testified to here today with respect to their activities together. Mr. Cawley, excuse me, do you recall how many police officers in the 46th Precinct you identified for the Internal Affairs Division as being involved in criminal conduct?
Approximately 10 to 15.
Mr. Chairman, investigators from this commission have determined that Mr. Cawley identified 13 separate police officers to the Internal Affairs Division as being involved in criminal conduct in the 46th Precinct. And this commission has determined that 10 of these police officers remain on the police force today. Mr. Cawley, when you were working with the Internal Affairs Division of the New York City Police Department, was it your impression that they were seriously interested in the information you provided to expand their investigation into the 46th Precinct?
No, my dealings with Internal Affairs, I had met them once in the Bronx District Attorney's office, and the Bronx District Attorney was willing to make it. He wanted to make cases. IAD told me like this, because I had an open case with the Bronx District Attorney's office. They said, "Listen, we got your future in our hand. Listen, we want you to hand deliver these people. If not, you're going to jail." I said, "How am I going to hand deliver anybody? They don't even want to know me." And that was it. They didn't really want to do nothing.
Mr. Cawley, to your knowledge, who conducted the investigation for which resulted in your jail sentence, which you're serving right now?
The investigation, it was led by Tom Leahy and the Bronx District Attorney Squad.
Mr. Cawley, given all this conduct which you engaged in, seemingly on a daily basis, were you ever concerned that you would be caught by the Internal Affairs Division?
I was never concerned. Never seen Internal Affairs out there. And if someone spotted internal affairs in the precinct, it would be on the radio. As soon as somebody spotted a car that looked like a police department vehicle or other people just acting suspicious around the precinct, what they used to say on the radio was they used to say Xerox in the 4-6, Xerox in whatever precinct these people were in. Right then, you just went and you hid pretty much. Because it could have been internal affairs, or it could have been a shoe fly, like a captain driving around trying to catch you without your hat on, something like that. So we used to just go and hide.
Now, Mr. Burns, I'm uncertain as to how IAD came out. Do the exhibits 1 and 2 suggest that this information and their reports came to an unsubstantiated conclusion?
Yes, that's correct. Mr. Corley, when you were a police officer, you were evaluated by your superiors, is that correct?
Yes.
What were your formal evaluations like?
Every evaluation I had was above standards because of my activity.
Mr. Corley, has any member of this commission made any promises to you in exchange for your testimony here today?
No.
Mr. Corley, would you like to make a statement to the commissioners?
Yes, I would. The things I have done were wrong. I participated in acts which may have devastated families and disrupted homes and ruined lives. I am in prison now and will remain there for the foreseeable future. I have lied to cover my acts and committed perjury to further my greed. I truly regret my actions, and I would like to apologize to anyone who I've hurt.
If no further questions of this witness, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Mayo, do you have any other witnesses to call this afternoon?
There are no further witnesses for this afternoon.
All right, now, we will adjourn at this time. We will not be sitting tomorrow because this room will not be available, but we will resume Friday morning at 9:30. Good afternoon.
I'll just be late getting here. I've been operating under criminal. I've made a business Friday because got out. I did like it. I am. It's a great country.